But I think the development of full artificial intelligence will spell the end of the human race.
It's a flying object, and we don't know what it is. I would hope somebody is checking it out.
It was a rocket or whatever, but incredibly fast, opposite direction. It was too fast to be an airplane.
I'm glad the Pentagon is looking at this, because if it poses a threat, I want them on top of it.
Well, the craft generates its own gravitational field.
You said there's lights in the sky?
The internet has become the command center for criminals and terrorists.
911, what's your emergency? I need help, please help me!
Aliens won't let it happen. That's what we're instructed to say.
Roswell, Area 51. Alien kept deep under the ground.
1, 0,
self-serving. You're here for a reason. You're listening to Troubled Minds Radio.
Broadcasting live from a secret bunker just off the extraterrestrial highway. Somewhere in the desert sands outside of Las Vegas. From somewhere in space-time, loosely labeled Generation X on planet Earth. And asking questions of you in earnest into the digital darkness.
Good evening and welcome to Troubled Minds Radio. I'm your host, Michael Strange, and we're here tonight with my good friend James Salcedo of Salcedo Paranormal, and we'd like to say hello to all of you who may also have troubled minds. What's going on, guys? It is Thursday night, which is one of the nights we get together and talk about all the things we're not allowed to talk about. You know what those things are. Aliens, conspiracy, the paranormal, the government, academia, the 24-hour news cycle, propaganda, and the general feeling that we live in the upside down. As usual, we're doing this show live to include you. That's the secret weapon of Troubled Minds. It's a reciprocal conversation. Looking to hear your thoughts on this tonight as we talk about doppelgangers. That's right, a doppelganger. If you've never heard of that, you probably have. You just don't know you have. And we're going to talk about that tonight. A little bit of paranormal, a little bit of maybe cloning going on, a little bit of spooky monster. It's impossible to say exactly what this is because, well, the questions show and not the answers show. So we're going to get to some of that as we go tonight. But for now, let's talk about the phone number. Let's talk about how we do this live to include you. Like I said, the secret weapon of Troubled Minds has always been you. And if you want to be part of the show tonight, you can reach us at 702-957-1037. That's 702 957-1037. You can click the Discord link at troubledminds.org and we'll put you on the show. It's as easy as that. And what else do we got? We also got a Discord running. Discord's a chat client. It's a voice client. It's completely free, and you can also be on the show that way. And that's what's going on. Click the Discord link at troubledminds.org, the official website, and you can also find the phone number there as well. We're also streaming on the website via YouTube and Embed, as it's known. And yeah, I think that sums that up. What else real quick? We're streaming on Rockfin, YouTube, DLive, and Twitter. And of course, we're broadcasting live on the Fringe FM. So please join the Fringe Discord over there. I'm watching the chat there and in all the places, trying to get your thoughts incorporated into the shows. As you guys know, this is more of a let's keep Michael Strange on his toes type of situation. And we start with a premise and let's see where you take it. That's really what this is. And it's all, again, non-linear, open-ended, all the rest of that stuff. So So if you want to take it into maybe some pop culture type references, or you want to talk about the mythology or folklore, you want to talk about whatever it is, basically. If you want to take an interdimensional style, I'm ready for you. I'm ready for all that, because that's what we do on this show. So please join the Fringe Discord. I'm watching the chat over there at fringe.fm/chat. And please also download the Fringe app. You can find that at Apple and your Android app store. Completely free, and it's the easiest way to listen to Troubled Minds and all the rest of the great programming that happens on Fringe FM. And just smash the play button at precisely 7 p.m. Pacific time, Monday through Thursday. You get me, you get you get Troubled Minds, and of course, like I said, all the rest of the great Fringe programming. All right, so this one, by the way, this one goes out to our good friend Rivers. Rivers, if you're out there listening, this one's for you. Rivers sent some great articles, and Night Stalker with the assist, and of course James with the assist. Got a great group of people here that are always thinking in terms of amazing concepts, and that's what we're doing tonight. But before we get into all the rest of that, let's get to James of Salcedo Paranormal. What's up, brother? Are you there? Test 1 2. Do you copy?
I do. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Everything's working. Everything's working. Cross your fingers. It stays that way. No coronal mass ejections, solar flares, nothing like that. Everything's working as of right this moment. Fantastic. What's going on, my friend? Are you ready to talk some doppelgangers?
Yeah, I really love this topic because, like you said, we, especially in this topic, we have no idea what any of this is. There are so many possibilities as to what it can be. So I'm really looking forward to hearing what everyone thinks of this tonight.
Fantastic. So James here, of course, you want to tell him about your podcast? He has a podcast called Salcedo Paranormal, and give us a little brief on what you do.
Yeah, well, I go 5 nights a week, Monday through Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 Pacific. And I basically cover all things paranormal. I do experience accounts of experiences, some book reviews as they relate to the paranormal, some news once a week, and then Fridays I usually do a deep dive into a certain topic, and then once in a while we'll do like in fact tomorrow night we're going to be doing a call-in show, so just through Discord, but it should be fun. So, and and always happy to hear from you all there as well. I have my own server. You can find that through the podcast page, which is salcedoparanormal.podbean.com, and we can go from there.
Okay. All right. Fantastic. Link is in the description down below. If you guys are watching on the streams or also on the podcast feed, you can find that information in the description below. All the links and the Friends of Troubled Minds are down underneath. And please give not just James a follow, but all the amazing folks who contribute to this show. All right. Let's do it. Let's get to this. Now, this is a weird one. This is one of those ones that really is, how do you describe it? I guess so again, this one goes out to Rivers for sending the articles and kicking the idea into the minds of the Troubled Minds Nation here. And I think that the doppelganger is a tough one. Because it is. In some circles, it's known as some sort of like shape-shifting, shape-changing monster sort of thing that can turn into exactly you. They could look exactly like you. There's been like X-Files episodes. I mean, this is a concept that's all over fiction and pop culture and all the rest of the stuff it's out there. It's interesting, and it's an old concept too. That's the craziest part. The mirror image of yourself may be coming across it, and there's some other sort of legends and folklore that kind of wrap itself into this. But imagine, right? Imagine you're just doing your normal thing on an everyday basis. You're, I don't know, running some errands. You're going to the grocery store. You go hop in the car or waiting at the bus stop or however it is you get around and do your thing, and you notice. You feel eyes on you, right? And you turn. Now, like who's like you get that I'm being watched sort of situation. You turn and you look, and you notice somebody watching you that looks exactly like yourself. And if that doesn't make your heart stop for just a moment, skip a beat. I mean, stop is not a good thing. Skip a beat and then continue, of course. But if that doesn't kind of put the terror into you, I'm not sure what will, right? Like if you sort of mistaken or maybe not mistakenly see yourself in somebody else? Is it a trick of the mind? Is it a monster following you? Is it a spirit of yourself from the future? Who knows what the hell's going on here? But there's a lot in this thing, and I guess we'll start with this. The question tonight is many questions actually. What exactly is a doppelganger? We'll get to some of the definitions and some of the stories, but you get the idea. It's something that looks exactly like yourself, and beyond that, it is spooky and maybe following you or watching you, or you run into it once or twice or God forbid 3 times, because, well, there's some legends about running into your doppelganger for a 3rd time. So, well, that's what's going on tonight. What do you think a doppelganger is? And that's the first question, of course. We'll get to that, and that's going to be the basic framework of this conversation. But the other question is this: have you ever seen anybody ever that looked so much like yourself it sort of terrified you? And not terrified you in that, oh, I must be dreaming, but terrified like, what in the hell is that? And how did I get myself here? How did we find ourselves here? So there you go. Those are the first couple questions, right? Have you ever seen a copy of yourself somewhere? Or have you ever heard a story of somebody describing a copy of themselves? Or even like in 3rd person, let's say that you heard somebody describe to you like, OMG, Mike, you'll never believe this. Last Tuesday, I was at a pub and wherever, and I saw a dude that looks exactly like you. He talked like you, his mannerisms were like you, and it wasn't you, right? Like, I'm like, no, I wasn't there, clearly and obviously. So there you go. That's the question tonight. That's where we begin, and that's what's on my mind. And so let's start with James then. James again is unique in many ways, but how about this doppelganger thing? Is this something that's really been part of your paradigm? Have you ever heard stories of this personally? Any anecdotes from maybe your family or yourself? Have you seen somebody that looks maybe like yourself but is not yourself? Anything like that, James?
Nothing personally or even through family, but there are other options there that we can get into as well, where people will be told, or they'll talk to people that they know, and the other person will carry on a conversation with them, and it doesn't make sense to them. And it turns out, when you ask, let's say it's happened to you, when you ask the person what they're talking about, they'll say something like, well, I'm talking about this the other day when we talked yesterday. Either at school, I've heard that, or I've even just in people's homes. So basically, yesterday we talked about, this or that. And you're like, no, we didn't. I was not there at that time. And the other person is sure that, yes, you were there. And you talked to they talked to this whoever this was that they thought was you. And in many cases, they'll mention that you, quote unquote, you seemed distant or basically distracted or not quite yourself, but it'll be someone that looks just like you.
Right, exactly, and clearly you weren't there. So who's losing their grip on reality, I guess, is the question, right? Did you forget being there, James? Did you go to sleep and did you wake up and when you're living a double life somehow, some way, or what the hell's going on here, man? What is this? I'm sure. So this is again. So James, the paranormal expert of troubled minds here. Don't tell him that he gets a little bristly when you call him an expert. But the thing is, you do a paranormal podcast. Have you heard of this doppelganger? Have you done stories regarding this and maybe this idea of a ghostly twin?
Yeah, it does pop up every so often where someone will you'll find a story online about someone who. Well, they'll even say, I saw this person, my friend at there's one, and I don't remember the details now, but this one person saw their friend at school, even though earlier in that same day, their friend had said, I'm going home early, so I won't see you later on today. And usually these two people will walk home together. And so the writer of the story said okay, and then didn't expect to see that other person the rest of the day. But when they got out of school that day, they saw the same person, same clothes and everything, talking to other people around the school. And then so they didn't go up to them because they didn't know the other people. But then the next day they talked to that person, and the person was like, "No, I wasn't there. I went home early like I said I was going to." And it just doesn't make sense.
So this is very much a thing. This is a thing. Like this
yes.
is again, and again, whether this is just mistaken identity, somebody that looks similar, things like this. I don't know. Like I've never actually personally ran into somebody that looks so close to my look that I like paused and kind of freaked out. So I've never seen an actual doppelganger myself. But I have had people, like James describes, say that they swear they saw me down at wherever, this other place or this other thing that I wasn't at. So I don't know. What does this mean? Is my doppelganger following somebody else that knows me? I don't know. I have no idea. Pretty wild stuff here. So, all right. So let's get into the rest of this. A doppelganger, by definition, is, let's see, again, looking here from you. So the questions tonight are, what exactly is this doppelganger? Have you ever seen a double of yourself out there, or heard somebody in third person describe they saw somebody that was so like you in look and mannerism that it had to have been you, but you know it wasn't because you weren't there? Or is this some sort of ghostly presence or monster shapeshifter? You tell me. And what's up? There's the Night Stalker. There's the doppelganger of the Night Stalker arriving. What's going on, buddy? All right, so let's just get to the definition of this. This is from the Ministry of Truth Wikipedia, and this is what they say about a doppelganger. And of course, we're going to go way deeper than this tonight, but it starts like this. A doppelganger, literally this is a German word actually, translated as double walker. We'll get to that. There's some etymology in this that's interesting too. But the doppelganger is biologically an unrelated lookalike, or a double of a living person. In fiction and mythology, a doppelganger is often portrayed as a ghostly or paranormal phenomenon, and usually seen as a harbinger of bad luck. Other traditions and stories equate a doppelganger with an evil twin. In modern times, the term twin stranger is occasionally used. The word doppelganger is often used in a more general and neutral sense, and in slang, to describe any person who physically resembles another person. So there you go. There's the basic Ministry of Truth version of what a doppelganger is, actually. But of course, it's, as always, as we know, once you start getting into some of the stories, some of the folklore, even into Dungeons and Dragons, because that's actually why I know what a doppelganger is, because wouldn't you know it, back in the 80s, when I was an 80s kid and I was playing some Dungeons and Dragons, in the monster manual, as you would expect, there is a doppelganger. Which actually, let's do that while I'm talking about it. Let's talk about the Dungeons and Dragons version of the doppelganger, because this is amazing. And then we'll get to James, and then we'll get to your phone calls. Doppelganger. This is from D&D Beyond, and this is pretty amazing. This is exactly the reason I know what an actual doppelganger is. It's they call it a medium monstrosity and even a shape changer. It says the doppelganger can use its action to polymorph into a small or medium humanoid it has seen and back to its true form. Its statistics, other than its size, are the same in each form. Any equipment it is wearing or carrying isn't transformed. It reverts to its true form if it dies. It says it's got some special abilities here. An ambusher, the doppelganger has advantage on attack rolls against any creature it has surprised, which, no kidding. And the surprise attack, if a doppelganger surprises a creature and hits it with an attack during the first round of combat, the target takes an extra 10 or 3d6 damage from the attack. So the description is, doppelgangers are devious shapeshifters that take on the appearance of other humanoids, throwing off pursuit or luring victims to their doom with misdirection and disguise. And that's exactly why I know what a doppelganger is. Which again, right, to say that those damn kids playing games never learned a damn thing. Well, my folklore and mythology is pretty strong because I played a lot of Dungeons and Dragons, or at least I read a ton of the books when I was young, and it's amazing stuff. Anything to add to all of that as far as doppelgangers are concerned, James? What about maybe the paranormal aspect? Or, yeah, Matt says, James, roll for initiative. No, go ahead. That's a D&D joke. but yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. No, I had no idea about the mythology or the legend or folklore aspect of this. Everything I'd heard before was just from people sharing their experiences. So when Rivers messaged me tonight about this earlier, I had no idea. And so this is really fascinating to me that there was more to this than just the experience stories. But it makes sense because so many other things that people experience seem to have roots in mythology and or folklore and different things from the past. So I'm really glad that this all came together so we could talk about this.
Oops, muted myself. Yeah, big time. And there you go. There's a doppelganger, and again, there are some actual interesting old tales regarding this. In current fiction, movies wise, maybe comics. Can you think of any maybe plot twist or plot device that used a doppelganger of sorts, maybe in the comics or any movies you've seen recently?
Not so much recently, but I mean, in the comics, there have always been different characters that could change shapes, shift their appearance and their shape and everything, even down to the texture. Just for instance, with Marvel, a lot of people now, because of the movies, know of a character named Mystique, who can change her shape. She's a mutant, and she has, at least as far as I know anyway, from back when I read the comics a lot. And the thing about that is, when she changes her shape, she can take on, at least to a degree, some of the physical characteristics of whoever she's changing into. And by that, I don't just mean their appearance. I mean, so if she changes into someone that has, let's say, let's just go with someone that, like Colossus, who is this character who is made of metal, or can change into metal, she can have this hard outer exterior similar to what Colossus has. So,
right. So not just basically looking like them, also even taking on some semblance of their abilities. And, of course, speaking exactly like them, walking exactly like them, and then even being able to kind of, maybe not like, if you guys are super X-Men nerds, not like a rogue being able to steal the power directly, but at least some manifestation of the powers that they would have in that sort of suit, right? That meat suit, whatever it is.
Right. She can basically make her exterior, because she can, as far as I know, she can literally change her shape completely down to the last detail. So she could know how to make her exterior layer of herself just to be almost as hard as steel. And she can use that in a fight, but more often she's known for espionage and for just stealth and that kind of thing. So that's more of she wouldn't rely on that in a full-on battle, I don't think. Like I said, that way it's more of a stealth thing, but still that is there, and it can help if even if she brushes by somebody, that, you know, and they would still feel that hard exterior that they would expect to feel.
Yeah, pretty good stuff. I'm glad you brought that up, because I was trying to think for the life of me, I couldn't think of any, there's that movie called Us, which Matt's mentioning in the chat there, which I haven't seen, but I heard that's a fantastic doppelganger movie about an entire family. But in this case, you're spot on with Mystique, and that's exactly what she is. I think if you actually, in terms of try to define her as anything, she would be, in literal definition terms, an actual doppelganger. Interesting. I never really considered that, even though, smack you in the face, it's one of those obvious, come on, Michael Strange, get with it, right? But yeah, I mean, pretty interesting how this goes. Is there a Mystique out there? And I think that's the craziest part, right? We've talked about Billy Corgan says he was, getting busy in bed with a shapeshifter, and was turned around one way, and one person was there, and then turned around to do something and came back, and then that person was another person entirely. So it makes you wonder. And at the base level of reality, there it is again, base reality, who exactly is that thing or that person that's able to mimic other people? And there you go. That's how we begin tonight. And as we do, loving to hear your thoughts on this. What do you know about the idea of a doppelganger? Have you ever seen what looks to be a clone of yourself, or an actual duplicate, a copy? Or have you ever heard anybody describe seeing you somewhere that you weren't? What are your theories? What are your ideas? What are your stories? 702-957-1037. This is Troubled Minds of Michael Strange. We're here with James Salcedo. Be right back. More Troubled Minds on the way. Welcome back to Troubled Minds. I'm your host, Michael Strange. We're here tonight with my good friend James Salcedo of Salcedo Paranormal, and we're streaming on Rockfin, YouTube, DLive, and Twitter, and of course we're broadcasting live on the Fringe FM. Tonight, we're talking about the idea of a doppelganger. Nathan over there in the chat asked, is it the same thing as a changeling? Well, maybe. Is it the same thing as a spirit that's following and haunting you? Is it the same thing as a cryptid? Maybe an entity that can change form into other things? I don't know. You tell me. What are your thoughts on this? One more time. 702-957-1037. Welcome back. James, what's going on, brother? What's the deal?
I'm just glad to be here. Great topic.
Right on. Blame Rivers. This is all Rivers' fault. If for all the amazing things that happened tonight, you can blame Rivers. Thank you, Rivers. All right, so that's what we're doing tonight. Have you ever had a weird encounter with somebody who looks so much like yourself, or heard from a third-person account of somebody who saw you when you know you weren't there? This happens all the time, but what do you think is actually going on? Is it just a case of mistaken identity, somebody looks similar enough, or is this something that's even more wild than that? 702-957-1037. That's 702-957-1037. We'll put you on the show, or you can click the Discord link at troubledminds.org, and just like this, we'll put you on. Let's go to Derek in Massachusetts. The Night Stalker, welcome to Troubled Minds. How are you, my friend? You're on with Mike and James.
Hey, Mike. Hey, James. What's going on, you guys? Great show.
Thank you. Just doing the thing we do, man. You know, weird stuff on a Thursday night.
Yeah, this is awesome stuff. I'm loving the doppelganger idea. Huge shout out to Rivers too. She's just brilliant, amazing. She has a ton of really great ideas. She doesn't want to call though. She's not a big caller, so she's given me her doppelganger stories to kind of relay over the line here. If that's okay. A couple quick ones.
Sure.
All right. I'm just gonna kind of read them off verbatim, and then we can get into some theories here. All right, the first one. This is Rivers talking again. During my university years in Scotland, one day I received a call from a friend in the Isle of Man. She asked if I'd been back to the island recently, for she had heard from several that I was seen in the island. At first, she thought that they just saw a look-alike from afar, and did not give much thought to the matter. Then she received a call from my other friend asking the same question. He told her from the local bar, where she used to hang out often, mentioned I had visited the premises recently. A couple of them claimed to have sat down for a drink and lengthy conversation with me. Another friend from boarding school said the same thing, that she too saw me and had a chat with me. I was in Scotland the whole time, never been back to Ireland. So she had multiple friends who were all calling each other, trying to figure out if Rivers was back in town. They actually had meetings with her. They actually was drinking like coffee and stuff with her, and it wasn't actually her. She wasn't even in the country. And then the second one, when living in London, a friend of mine asked if we'd like to meet in a certain coffee shop, quote, again. I've never been to that coffee shop. When I asked her for the address, she insisted that we met there for coffee just a week before, and that I had Americano and vanilla cheesecake. I hate Americano and vanilla cheesecake, and I was still on holiday in Malaysia the week before. In both cases, the other person had the same name as her, which is just really trippy. So they knew enough about Rivers to be able to pass as Rivers. They were able to have a conversation, be in like for an hour, have a cup of coffee for an hour with a person as Rivers, and the person didn't figure out it wasn't her. You know, that's pretty trippy. It's not like just walking by somebody or seeing somebody at the supermarket and being like, oh, I saw somebody who looks just like you. It was crazy. It has to be your doppelganger. This is like something else. You know, that's really trippy. What do you think about that?
Yeah, that's like actually posing as you and
Exactly,
like trying to infiltrate your life or the people close to you. That's super wild. And that's where this starts to get into that idea of the paranormal or something else, right? The changeling, or even like, I mean, this is troubled minds for crying out loud. What about an alien, right? They talk about reptilian aliens being able to emulate people in certain instances. And if you go full David Icke, he says that the Queen of England is a reptilian, right? So so how does that fit into this? I have no idea. James, what's your take on the river story real quick? We'll get back to Derek after that.
Yeah, there's one other option that I'm wondering about now, is if it wasn't some sort of alternate universe, if there wasn't some kind of slipping into an alternate universe where that was a version of rivers.
Yeah.
That these people were meeting and seeing in these places, where it was just a different version, where maybe that version does like that kind of cheesecake and that kind of coffee. I just wonder if it's always I'm just wondering about the whole idea of just the multiverse thing.
Yeah, exactly.
It seems like in some cases that might make more sense in a way.
Yeah.
If nothing else is happening, where no one is getting any bad feelings from this other person, this other version of, in this case, Rivers, if it's just some kind of a slip into another universe.
Yeah, exactly. Some type of...
Go ahead.
Some type of like weird, like overlay, like the multiverse gets kind of bent on top of each other, so you end up like there's two identical versions of you existing on the same plane almost at once. Like when she was telling me the story, she had said that she maybe thought she had like kind of slipped in time or had like traveled through time maybe, but like said that she was like waiting kind of for a memory to set in, kind of waiting to see if like she had any type of like recollection of this encounter at all. And she's like, no, it definitely wasn't me. It definitely like she is very capable with like astral projection, that type of thing. So she is no stranger to like adventures. So she was kind of wondering if that was the case, and she said, "No, it was definitely not me. It was definitely not my consciousness that I'm in, that I have right now." So, yeah. So the multiverse thing and the other reality thing, that's basically like the Superman thing, kind of too, is the bizarro reality, some type of parallel world that's similar to ours, but maybe even the exact opposite. Maybe even your tastes are like polar opposites. So her least favorite type of coffee or her least favorite type of cheesecake or something like that might be the ones that she actually goes out and tries to purchase at a restaurant, you know?
Or I wonder, very much like in the vein of like the vampire or whatever, where they have to do things like that specifically, sort of contrary to who you are, so they can kind of give themselves away intentionally if you're paying attention, right? Like they kind of maybe it's part of the unwritten rule of being a doppelganger. You have to be like, well, Mike would never drink this, so I'm going to drink this, right? And then have it be flaunting it. Other thing, real quick before you go, I'm a little disappointed Rivers doesn't like regular vanilla cheesecake. I'm wondering if she's actually human after all. Go ahead, sir.
She doesn't have a huge sweet tooth. She's like not a big sweets person, unfortunately.
Fair enough.
I love sweets.
Just wanted to make it. Go ahead.
Yeah. But when she's like suggested the idea and everything, it got me thinking like, all right, this is really cool. I wonder what this could possibly be. And then I gave a quick Google News search, doppelganger, and see what popped up, see if there's any like recent stories and stuff. And then apparently right now it's just in the zeitgeist for some reason. There was, from like the day before I searched it, it was like 3 days ago now at this point, there's like a list of celebrities and their doppelgangers, like 30 celebrity doppelgangers that are like blowing people's mind. There's a list from like last week about like 14 identical strangers who are not related to each other at all, who are blowing people's minds. It's different like aggregated articles kind of all within the last like week or two. But then also a bunch of different celebrities are like using their doppelgangers like in movies. Like Margot Robbie has one who's going to be in this like Barbie movie. This rapper Lil Durk uses one for like fans, so he doesn't get mobbed by fans. An artist from BTS, that K-pop group, somebody just spotted his fan, like his doppelganger recently, and is blowing all his fans' minds. Like, how are they this identical? Which is kind of weird. And then, but the craziest one to me was somebody recently bought a robot doppelganger of himself, which is kind of going around the internet right now, which throws in another possible, like some type of clone or some type of robot, like facsimile simulacrum of a person, you know? So I wonder if maybe somebody noticed, oh, we got this amazing genius person, Rivers, here. Let's just crank out some automatons of him, have him practice talking to her friends and see if we can convince people she's actually Rivers, you know? Like, what if sometimes these, like, things are actually more machine than man, you know? Maybe it's like an AI that's trying to pose as one of us, you know? It's just kind of an interesting idea. But for James, I was thinking, I missed the first, like, 15 minutes of the show. I was working, so you might have already mentioned it. But Stephen King has a book called The Outsider. And in that, I haven't read the book, but I watched the show on HBO like a year or two ago. And like Jason Bateman is arrested for committing a murder. He like killed like a little kid. He killed like one of his baseball players he was a coach for. And he like definitely didn't do it. He's like the nicest guy in the world. He's like, I didn't do it. But there's like video of him doing it. He like, everyone's like, you definitely did this. It's you did it. You're guilty. And he's like, but so he finds this like master detective. Was a brilliant person who's trying to like figure out how this is possible, how this innocent man is also guilty of this crime. And she comes up, it's throughout the course of 10 episodes, but midway through the season, she presents the idea that perhaps it's a demon called, or an entity called El Cuco, who pops up all across the world on different continents under different names, but essentially is just a shapeshifter who like snatches up kids and devours them, or will imitate you and try to like ruin your life, and is kind of in the show especially is like feeding off the chaos that it creates by pretending to be you know. It's so, what if something like that, you know? It could go a ton of different directions, but yeah, what do you think?
Go ahead, James.
Yeah, well, it's funny because Rivers did message me earlier tonight to ask about that. She thought maybe I had read the book, but I hadn't actually gotten to that one, and so I'd heard of it, the book, but I hadn't really read it yet. Yeah, that's and that was the thing that amazed me, was that there's references to this all over Portugal, Latin, like Latin speaking. I'm not sure, parts of the world. And it's just, but it makes me think of other things just in general, like a skinwalker from the U.S., from the, you know, the American, from the Americans, Native Americans, Indians. Yeah. That as well. It seems like there are, I'm betting if you go to almost any culture, you can find some version of that. It seems like now. Yeah. And that's just so amazing to me that that whole thing was out there, and meanwhile, there's all these stories, like I said, that I've heard online over the years, just about more current encounters where people, you know, they have these encounters and experiences, and I just never knew about any of the folklore or the mythology. So that really, and then of course, the way it has permeated the popular culture again. Yeah. Going into that is just, that's all really something to me.
Yeah, exactly. So speaking of the committing a crime and having not be you, possibly this evil entity posing as you. This is from like a couple days ago, but a man in New York is arrested for a fatal. Vincent Cole, 38, was arrested in New York for killing a man on Monday. And he's claiming it was his, quote, evil twin that did it. It wasn't him. So that happened this week. So that's the same kind of scenario where is this guy lying? Probably. But there is the chance that like there is some type of entity that poses as people and to do things that it wants to do, like murder people, or perhaps like in that kind of the show, just kind of create the chaos that, like, I don't know, imagine you just like wake up one day and then you turn on the news and it's like you see yourself on a security camera, like committing a crime, and it's just like, what the hell? How do you possibly defend against that? So it's just that chaos that is created. If there are some type of entities that feed off of those type of emotions, that'd be one way to get it, you know. But then also, as far as like pop culture stuff is concerned, this whole shape-shifting thing, this shape-shifting reptilian idea, is going to be coming to the MCU soon with Secret Invasion, like we just got introduced to the Skrulls in Captain Marvel, which is like a shape-shifting kind of reptilian race of aliens. And Samuel L. Jackson now has a show coming out on Disney Plus later this year, where basically finds out that these Skrulls, these reptilian aliens, are like posing as people in high society or in the government or just in places of power, trying to basically take over the world, you know? So in that case, those people would have doppelgangers of themselves running around causing havoc on the planet, you know? I'm rambling, but what do you guys think?
You're allowed to ramble. Interesting that there are some parallels, like James said, the Skinwalker, and again, this could also tie into that trickster spirit archetype, right? Because Loki's a shapeshifter, and he is sort of the embodiment of when you think of like a trickster god. The first thing that comes to people's mind is Loki. So I wonder, right? I wonder if there is maybe somehow something going on here that's not, just reptilian shapeshifter or just mistaken identity, but maybe some sort of actual, like you're describing, like a trickster that does feed off of that chaos, that ridiculous energy. I love it, man. I love it. And think about how terrifying that would be. Like you said, being accused of murder or whatever, and then you're like, I literally was not there. What are you talking about? Like, I want my lawyer or whatever. Yeah. They pull out the video, and you're like, murdering somebody on video. You're like, what in the world, right? Yeah. Like wearing your clothes and everything. You're like, what is going on? There's actually a Stargate episode similar to that, which I'm not gonna spoil it. But
I'm not there yet. I'll think. Yeah, no spoilers.
Not gonna spoil it. But for instance, though, so what if something, maybe it's like a mental entity that can, there's really only one of you, but it kind of steps in, that whole walk-in sort of idea where it takes you over and you do it, but you're just like not yourself for a moment, and then it dips out, and then you're just missing time, maybe something like that.
Yeah. I mean, that's definitely scary. Like that's kind of the Moon Knight idea, where you have like split personalities, associations, and you don't realize what you're doing. So basically the first 3 episodes of the show, we're trying to, which pretty much was waking up, the main character is waking up at different places, waking up different days, and coming to grips with the fact that he is doing crazy stuff, like fighting people and murdering people, like chasing down bad guys and stuff. And in his sleep, he has no recollection of it. Somebody's wearing his face is causing havoc all around the world, But that doesn't really explain the celebrity ones. Like that doesn't really explain how there are celebrities that are like so closely identical to each other. There's someone like Margot Robbie especially has like 4 different celebrity lookalikes, and they're, what's her name? Like Bryce Dallas Howard and like Jessica Chastain, and like there's like 4 different like redheaded actresses that all look exactly alike, and just so the clone theory is out there. Like I don't want to, we don't have to go too far in the clone thing, but it's definitely a possibility. And in the clone stuff, the idea of templates is out there, that like some of these celebrities that we see that are so similar to each other is because they have like these base templates that they're using to crank out these different clone variations and stuff. So we just see the world populated by multiples, but which is a cool idea. I'm not sure if I really believe it per se, but also just the idea of somebody looking like you, like the probability of your features and just the things that make you kind of naturally, probability wise, happening somewhere else at the same time that you're living on the planet. So I'm a redhead, so I get like constant lookalikes for everyone. All redheads look alike for everyone else who's not a redhead. So I'm just getting, I saw you at the store, I saw you here, and or it looked just like you but they were shorter, or it looked just like you but they were, he wasn't curly, that kind of thing. It's like okay, but this is like it's still kind of possible that just it's almost like a cloud atlas type of scenario where just the particular concoction, the brew that created you, just because of the 7 billion people here, and just probability wise, it just happens again, creates something that's like eerily similar to you. But that wouldn't explain somebody posing as you, drinking coffee with you, with your friends for an hour, pretending to be you, knows your name, knows your friends' names, knows enough about your friends and about you to pose as you. That's something completely different. Well, like the mental aspect is sorry.
Yeah, just real quick, when you were telling that story too, I couldn't help but think about that television show Fringe with Olivia Dunham. Remember that? Mm-hmm. How they kind of step into that alternate world, and there was like the other version of them, but they were always slightly different. It kind of was like an evil twin. It wasn't anything like the original person. It's so strange, like the opposite. But sorry, back to the mental thing you were saying.
Yeah, no, that is strange. So it's like it's what if some type of like overlay happens with that, like some type of bend happens where we don't know that realities have merged. So while Rivers is in Malaysia, there's another like the I don't know. It's kind of hard to wrap your head around that. How that would happen? How just some figures from one reality would merge and interact with figures from the other reality just for a moment before the prime Rivers comes back type of deal. I don't know. It's kind of trippy. But for the mental aspect, it might be that for all we know, everyone didn't see Drew Rivers. It could be just like whatever ability that these entities have, could be aliens, could be demons, could be whatever, that's able to peer into your mind and able to create screen memories, is able to take images and pose as people you love, like in different ghost scenarios where they say it's not actually the entity, it's just pretending to be somebody to trick you. Whatever the ability that thing has to reach into your mind and pick out that memory, to wear the facade of your loved one to trick you, maybe that same mechanism is happening. But in a different context, like they're wearing your view of Rivers to sit down and have a conversation as Rivers. But for all we know, somebody walking by that table doesn't see the same thing, or I don't know. It's just a possibilities are generally kind of endless, you know. Like
the new Matrix. Remember how they were? It was Neo and Trinity.
Yes,
but
exactly.
It wasn't them. It was somebody else. Yeah.
That's exactly it. Yeah. I'm rambling, so I'll let you guys go. But just really awesome stuff. And again, awesome. Rivers is just really, really great. Very smart, very nice, very awesome. But thank you guys.
Appreciate it. Derek in Massachusetts, a Night Stalker, good friend of ours, good friend of the show. Have a great night. Thanks for popping in. This show inspired in part by, of course, Rivers, and then, of course, Night Stalker here chipping in. And then James also, again, like I said, you pulled together an amazing community, amazing batch of people, and this is what you get. Amazing stuff. Fantastic call from Derek, as always. And again, please give him a follow. He's got a YouTube channel. Links in the description down below. He's just got a trailer on his YouTube channel, but let's make him the guy on YouTube that has one video and has all the followers. Let's do that, because that would be amazing. Let's inspire him to make some more content, because he's clearly brilliant, and we love to hear from Derek. And real quick, just so you guys don't know, many of you know who Rivers is. Just to clarify, Rivers is another friend of ours that is very much a troubled mind and very much in tune with a lot of the odd things we talk about, and so she's always kicking ideas. Pops into the chat once in a while if you want to come say hi to her. She's very shy, very not so that's why she doesn't call in. But if you want a Rivers sighting, come join the Discord, troubledminds.org. Click the Discord. Once in a while, you may be blessed with a Rivers sighting here or there. She may pop in and say hello. But that's who we're talking about. So if you guys don't know, that's why we keep bringing her up, because she is a good friend of ours, and always kicking us great ideas for great shows. We've done many shows actually on some of the ideas she sent to us. Time slips were because of her. I can go on and on. She's sending me emails all the time. So there we go. All right, so let's do it. James, a quick take on that, and then we got to get to a break here.
Yeah, I like the idea of first of all, the spiritual aspect, and then the mental aspect. I can kind of get into more of that after the break, if you like.
Sure, absolutely. All right, so hold that thought, and we'll get back to that. So we're here with James Salcedo of Salcedo Paranormal, good friend of mine. His link's in the description as well. Give him a follow. And we're talking about the doppelganger tonight. Now, what is this? Again, just like the thumbnail says, ghostly twin or something else. We just kicked, with Night Stalker there, around maybe 10 ideas. What is your idea? Do you have a story about this? Have you ever met face-to-face your twin? We're going to get into some of the folklore and some of the other stuff that actually maybe makes this a little more terrifying, and look at where the origin story of an actual doppelganger came from. So say that 3 times fast: doppelganger. It's like Beetlejuice. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick break, and loving to hear your thoughts on this. The doppelganger. What is it? Is it a ghostly twin? A shapeshifter clone? Is this a skinwalker? What's going on with this? 702-957-1037. Love to hear your thoughts. Do you have a story about a doppelganger, about a double of yourself that you or somebody else saw? We're here again with James Salcedo of Salcedo Paranormal. This is Troubled Minds. I'm Michael Strange. Don't go anywhere. More doppelgangers, ghostly twins, your stories, and more when we return. Be right back. are talking about the alien abduction phenomenon. Aliens.
The aliens are looking through your eyes and they're accessing your optic nerve. I'm doing that. And through that optic nerve, they're transferring to your brain. People are random images as they traverse neurons in the brain.
So all right, so maybe,
and they also feel them planting or receiving memories or ideas or images.
Broadcasting live from a secret bunker just off the extraterrestrial highway. Somewhere in the desert sands outside of Las Vegas. From somewhere in space-time, loosely labeled Generation X on planet Earth. And asking questions of you in earnest into the digital darkness.
good evening and welcome to Troubled Minds Radio. I'm your host, Michael Strange, and we're here tonight with my good friend James Salcedo of Salcedo Paranormal. I fancy him the paranormal expert of Troubled Minds, but don't tell him that. He'll get a little bristly with us. And we'd like to say hello to all of you who may also have troubled minds. What's going on, guys? It's Thursday night, which is one of the nights we get together and talk about all the things we're not allowed to talk about. You know what those things are. Aliens, conspiracy, the paranormal, the government, academia, the 24-hour news cycle, propaganda, and the general feeling that we live in the upside down. It is Monday through Thursday, 7 p.m. Pacific. I left that part out. And what we're doing tonight, of course, as we do it live, always doing this live. What's the point? Honestly, what's the point? If you're not doing it live, what are you doing? Right? You're making edits and you're, just sucking all the humanity out of it. And I get people who are like, this guy says way too much. No. Right? Isn't that how people speak? Isn't that how people speak? What do you want, a robot reading your podcast? Because I can do that. Hold on, I'll do that in a sec. We'll flex Microsoft Mike's muscles. But I mean, the point is, like, hey, look, we get together and do this live. It's a conversation between people, between real people, not robots or not aliens or not replicants or any of this. It's just people. It's fine. Everybody relax. The whole point, right? The whole point of me saying that is because it's better. It's just better because we can talk with each other, right? Isn't that what speaking is all about? Speaking in a vacuum with nobody to answer you. I don't know. How would you quantify that, James? Is that fun? With nobody there to like even say hi or in the chat or anything? I don't know how you feel about that. What's up, James? Let's go to James. We'll go to the phone number in a sec. Let's say hi to James. Salcedo Paranormal. What's up, brother? Are you there?
Yeah, no, I do agree. Live is the best. Even if it's just a text channel, at least you can be reading stuff and then getting feedback. And I some of my favorite shows, even of just mine, have been made by the text, the chat in the text channel, and I love that. So yeah, I definitely prefer live over anything else. And yeah, as you can see, there's your ums right there in case anyone needed any.
Yeah, right. You want some more ums? I got your ums right here, James. Boom. See? There you go. All right. So what we're doing tonight is we're taking your phone calls as we discuss this idea of doppelgangers, right? The doppelganger. And again, we just tossed out again. You get Derek the Night Stalker, your brain blows up 17 different ways. We got a dozen ideas or so, and you can merge them. You can mix them. You can throw all the paranormal stuff into a blender, and who knows what you get. And that's the idea here. So we're talking about the doppelganger tonight, of course, which just means that it's a duplicate. It's a replicant of sorts. You can kind of go Android style if you want to go Blade Runner. That would be a doppelganger, right? If you created an exact replicant of yourself, but it's sort of an android, that would be a doppelganger, but it wouldn't be a traditional doppelganger. All right. So basically a double of yourself. Have you ever seen one? Have you ever heard somebody tell you they saw you somewhere you weren't? The rest of this stuff. And what do you think is going on with this? Is it, again, just a trick of our mind? Is it pareidolia? Is it imagination? Or is it something different and even more sinister? You tell me. Love to hear your thoughts. We're taking your phone calls on this. 702-957-1037. That's 702-957-1037. We'll put you on the show. And it's as simple as that. We're streaming on Rockfan, YouTube, DLive, and Twitter, reading all the chat in all the places and trying to keep up with your thoughts and ideas and incorporate them into the show as we go. Another unique idea about this show that people read the chat, but like the chat in some cases can literally take this show and just veer it further off the rails and off the cliff in a good way. So I'm reading the chat in all those places. So please keep the great ideas coming. And I'm trying to read as much as I can, as much as you can multitask with only 2 eyes and 2 arms and all the rest of that. 1 mouth. Boy, I wish I had 2 mouths. You know how great that would be, James, if I had 2 mouths.
Oh, jeez. I don't know. That may be a bit much.
That may be. Shut up, Mike. I'm a which mouth. Which mouth. All right. So one more time. 702-957-1037. Let's go to Joseph in Iowa. Welcome to Troubled Minds, my friend. How are you tonight?
I'm all right. I was thinking, they do this kind of with pigs. They kind of, they have these pigs in America that they grow, and they grow super fast. And I wonder, if they could get, some of your DNA and splice it with whatever they're doing with these pigs, if they could grow you in 6 months, they're growing these pigs to full size in 6 months. Not even 3 months. And these things are full size. It's ridiculous. So yeah. I was thinking that.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. And that's the idea of The Island. Have you seen the one with Scarlett Johansson and Ewan McGregor, right? Where they have they've created these alternate people that are actual doppelgangers of a genetic sort, and they keep them for when the real person that lives in the real world needs a kidney or a heart or something. Then they butcher those people.
Keep, the TV series going or something.
Yeah, something like that, right?
About for parts.
Yeah, parts like car parts, except for people. yeah, I like the idea.
That would be ideal. You wouldn't want to.
But
then I was thinking, okay, legitimately, I have a lot of people that tell me I look like a lot of different people, and especially since I started live streaming, I noticed it, and it kind of deja vu's me back to the past, where people, I'll run into people, they'll be like, hey, you look like this person or this person. But I think it's I don't know, looking back, I was really able, body when I was, I don't know if I can say, I was really good at stuff, and observing stuff. So maybe it's you see, I don't like to talk about race and stuff, but let's say fish, you take a pond and you remove all the murkiness in the pond, you make it completely clear so all the fish can see each other. What's going to happen? There's going to be some fish that are going to immediately go extinct. They're going to be wiped out, and it's just a fact. And to not compare yourself to an animal is just ridiculous, because we are,
No, I dig the idea. I think that's fantastic. And adding it to, actually, interestingly, right, we've been at this over an hour now, and it's an idea we haven't even talked about yet. I like where your brain's going with this. So you have seen or had people actually tell you that you resemble other people, right? So what do you think? Do you think it is just pareidolia, mistaken identity, things like this, or do you think there's something more to it?
I think some people, there's literally a lot. There's a lot of, there's always someone that's going to look like you, but some people have more of them, meaning that they could actually have someone identical to them to a T. It could be random, but there could be so many, I don't know. And it makes me think of my grandpa. Before he passed, he told me a story that he was in Korea. And he said, if Korea ever goes against us, there's going to be 20 or 40 kids that look just like you that are going to be fighting against us, or something like that. He said something like that because he supposedly impregnated a bunch of Korean girls or something that he was telling me.
Wait, what? Oh, okay. I was going to say, wait, how do we just go from boom to boom? Anyway, it's okay. All right. So wait, so meaning like a bunch of kids that look just like you, meaning, so was it tongue in cheek, or was it like actually like sort of a hint at a clone type of army future?
I don't know. He was, I think he was just like a regular sniper. I don't know. He really didn't tell me much, but he said they're going to be like me, is what he said. Kind of like, not like look like me. They're going to be like me.
Okay. All right.
And I mean, I was pretty able, like when I was 2 years old, like I was riding a dirt bike. Like, I think just, I don't know, something in civilization too affects everything. We have like a very spectrum. We have a spectrum in America, that's for sure. And other countries don't have that because it can't happen. Like, it's just not feasible, or whatever the word is for it.
Yeah, just demographically not going to, at least not anytime soon. I mean, eventually, that stuff is definitely going to be a thing, but for like an East Asian country that has 95% Asians, you're not going to have like a ton of mixed race people at all. I don't know how we got here, but okay. So anyway, so your idea on doppelgangers. So what do you think this is? What's your hot take on this? You think there is something to this that's maybe more like clones, or maybe, like we said, a spirit in your mind that maybe takes over your real body for just a moment and turns you into something else for a second? Or what's your idea here? What's your idea?
I do think it's weird how your mind can like shape shift people, and I think they're like, you can like see people and like, that they're there, like you recognize them as like a person of like your reality in your mind. And that's pretty trippy. And what was I going with that?
You tell me. Hey, I didn't doppelgang your mind here. This is your mind. You tell me, brother.
Yeah, I don't even know.
Hey, sometimes that happens. From my brain to my mouth, that's why sometimes you got an or an aw.
Oh, like
I got your right here.
I went carpet laying one time, and I think I told this story, and I stepped on a razor blade. It skimmed off my foot, right? Didn't cut me. I don't know how. And like, I just thought like maybe it just did. And like, my mind was like, all right, we're out of here. And like, I went to my doppelganger, which is like slightly in a parallel. It's like literally the same as me to a T. And I'm talking about memories and everything, but it's just like a sliver of a reality away, like a slice of time or something weird.
All right. So you're open to all the ideas here.
For like every. What's that?
You're open to all the ideas. Like, this could be like sort of that fringe alternate reality, or a time slip, or something like this. Maybe a mixing of the two, the multiverse convergence, or something like this.
Yeah, I think it could definitely be a convergent. I mean, there has to be, just some. I mean, not all of it, but there has to be a little mix of everything, right?
Yeah, why not? Like I said,
truth is in everything.
Throw it all in the blender and see what comes out.
Salt and pepper.
Pound the maybe juice with a little bit of lime and salt. All right. So what else you got for us, my friend? We got James here. He can answer you as well.
I was just thinking, like, the fish thing, the analogy. Like, I really don't like to go into race, but like, for some reason, like, doppelganger makes me think of like people that look the same as you, and that's like, how does that happen? It's like, it's kind of like a race thing, isn't it? Like, because we're all I think what you're getting at is the term species, not race. I think species, right?
I mean, it's like, right, look, for instance, like two brown bears look mostly alike, right? Like, it's going to be difficult for like just people to tell two brown bears apart. Okay, and I'm saying species. I think your term is just a little different here, and it's charged if you use the word you use, by the way. So if a human's looking at two brown bears, they're like, yeah, that's brown bear, right? And it's going to be like, unless they have like some obvious like battle wound or something, or they're like an albino bear. For the most part, right? They're going to be about the same size. They're going to be about the same, the same look and all the rest of that. And the discerning eye, one bear is going to be very much the same as the other bear, right? But clearly it's not, and it won't be. So what you're saying is maybe there's a little bit of pareidolia here, or maybe some ignorance involved, right? Something like that.
I think like there's like maybe like when you get open like to like I think there's like an aggressive thing that happened, and like it's kind of like the open fish tank analogy, like, and it happened and like a lot of the same similarities of everyone, like you could see it in everyone, kind of, not even talking about like everyone is kind of the same, really.
Yeah, but also not. I mean, like I said, it's a discerning eye thing. I get what you're saying. Unique. Hey, you're going to get us in trouble. Stop, Joseph. You're going to get us in trouble. Come on, bro. Stop, okay. Man. Stop. Okay. Joseph, we got James here. We got calls behind you as well. I appreciate the phone call. Great stuff as always. I love the way your mind works. You're the best, brother. Always a pleasure.
Yep.
Thanks for the phone call. Joseph here has a YouTube channel called Hydra Host. Check it out. Links in the description. He does original music and other stuff. He started live streaming recently. Go tell him hello. Go say hi. Go meet these fine people. What do you think, James? What are your thoughts on what Joseph was saying there?
Well, one thing that sticks out, and it makes you think of some of the things you hear in these stories of these doppelgangers, is they do seem distracted, or like they're not sure of what's going on. And I wonder if that could be almost a kind of slip of the consciousness from one, like you kind of said, from one version of oneself to another, and they become disoriented for a time, and that's why they seem so strange in some cases.
It could be. As usual, we're kind of trying to chase down all the things here and just get some ideas of what a doppelganger actually might be. So if you're just joining us, we are talking about this idea of a doppelganger. And again, from the Ministry of Truth Wikipedia, fiction and mythology, a doppelganger is often portrayed as a ghostly or paranormal phenomenon and usually seen as a harbinger of bad luck. It is a biologically unrelated look-alike or a double of a living person. Just a quick example of what we're talking about here. And so love to hear your thoughts. 702-957-1037. You're good, Joseph. You didn't trigger me. I just don't want, because when you call in to the show, you don't really have a ton of time. I give you some time, but like if you don't have a ton of time to sort of like flesh out a full thought and like something kind of ends up a dangling statement, it ends up just looking bad. I'm just trying to help you and help us. And anyway, just saying, like, you didn't say anything bad. I'm just saying that like if I have a ton of time, because this is my show and I can talk for 15 hours straight if I want to, you don't. So I want to help you with some of those situations. That's all. Nobody triggered. I promise you're good to go. So 702-957-1037. I can explain myself all day and all night if I have to. And here we go. Let's go to Daryl in New York. Welcome to Troubled Minds. You're on with James and Mike. Go right ahead. Test 1, 2. Daryl in New York. Are you there? Daryl in New York. More Discord issues.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, but I can also hear me. Can you?
Oh, you can?
Yes.
How do I not make you hear you?
Mute the stream.
Oh, the stream?
Yes, please. Or
I should disable it?
I don't know because the stream shouldn't be in real time. Okay. Do me a favor. Call on the phone. This is not going to work. Okay. All right. Thank you. Yeah, that's not going to work. I don't know what's happening with your sound setup there, because that was like immediate feedback, and it doesn't happen that way because the stream has a delay. So there's something going on with your audio. I don't. Anyway, let's go to Mike in Colorado. Algorithm. Welcome to Troubled Minds. Are you there, brother? Test 1 2. Test.
How are you, sir?
Good evening. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Hi, James.
Evening. What's up? How are you?
Well, I just wanted to call in briefly because of your last caller, Joseph.
Sure.
Literally, my entire adult life, probably from the age of about 27 up until even recently last year, 2 or 3 or 4 times every single year, strangers think they know me.
You know what? Now that you say that, that does happen to me. It's not often, but once in a while, I get somebody that comes up and just talks to me like they swear they know me. Interesting. I never even considered it, but I think you're right. Like, what is it? What is it, Mike? What are we? Are we doppelgangers?
Well,
what's going on with this?
I tell you, back in the day when it first started to happen, I would go ahead and contact somebody and say, or we would have the conversation. Well, I went to this school, I had this job, I know these people, and none of it ever lined up. And I did that for probably until I was in my 30s, mid-30s. And then the past 10 or so years, it's just like, yeah, I have that kind of face. I guess it's kind of generic. But my job has always been, I've always been in public, either in retail or currently I work at a big racetrack venue. And they'll see that and they'll be like, God, I know you from somewhere. And it may be that I have blue eyes. It may be that I look.
You cut out. You look like a... Whatever.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I saw that it cut
out. Tenter hooks, bro. We're waiting. I look like a brown bear.
I think I just have a generic look.
Okay.
I think that's part of it. And then my mom, for the past 10 years, she's like, no, everybody watches TV and all the people on TV are blue-eyed. So they always think that you are somebody they know because they're brainwashed to watch all these blue-eyed people on TV. And I said, you're right about that. Most of the actors are blue-eyed. And so I don't know what it is, but when he was mentioning that, I thought, that's kind of a weird thing. I don't know if it has anything to do with doppelgangers, but I wanted to join and say hi and say great show. And
I muted myself. I'm laughing over here. I appreciate it very much. I'm sorry to hear about your YouTube channel being smacked down for a minute for having a sense of humor. How dare you? Hopefully, very soon, Elon Musk will also buy Google, and we'll be done with this.
Oh, if he bought Alphabet, that'd be funny, wouldn't
it? Well, once he goes to Mars and starts mining the asteroid belt, he can buy anything he wants, can't he?
Hey, buddy, thank you so much for taking my call.
You're the best, Algo. Appreciate it very much. Always a pleasure. You're welcome anytime. Algorithm here, a good friend of mine, Mike in Colorado. Check him out. He's got a YouTube channel called Algorithm, just like it sounds. Links in the description down below. Give him a follow. He is in 2 weeks of a YouTube jail, so, there we go. James, we got about 10 seconds for you. Sorry, man.
No problem. Great to hear from him again as well.
Definitely. Thanks, James, for being flexible here. All right, we're talking about the doppelganger, the ghostly twin, something else. Have you ever seen somebody that looked exactly like yourself, or had somebody tell you third person, "Hey, I swear I saw you down at the farmer's market," and you weren't there at all? Love to hear your thoughts, your theories, your ideas. 702-957-1037. That's 702-957-1037. This is Troubled Minds. I'm Michael Strange. We're here with James Salcedo of Salcedo Paranormal. Give him a follow. Links in the description. Don't go anywhere. More when we return. Be right back. Welcome back to Troubled Minds. I'm your host, Michael Strange. We're here tonight with my good friend James Salcedo of Salcedo Paranormal, and we're streaming on Rockfin, YouTube, DLive, and Twitter, and we're broadcasting live on the Fringe FM. Looking to hear your ideas. Get your phone calls regarding the doppelganger. Is this a ghostly twin? Is this something else? Is it a mind parasite? Is it some sort of entity that takes you over, does its bidding, and then disappears and you have missing time? Is this a time slip? Is this some sort of alternate dimension mingling with another? You tell me. 702-957-1037. That's 702-957-1037. We'll put you on the show. It's as simple as that. And let's go to James real quick, and we'll get some ideas. We'll get some ideas from the phone. James, welcome back. What's up, brother?
Oh, just glad to be here. Great calls, and looking forward to the rest.
Right on. Anything on what Algo said or what anybody said, what Joseph said there? We kind of cut you short that last segment there.
Yeah, no, there's a couple things, but we'll I'll see. They might even come up, and we'll go from there.
Okay, sounds good to me. Let's go to, looks like Jennifer in Missouri has been waiting the longest. Welcome to Troubled Minds. You're on with Mike and James. Go right ahead, my friend. How are you tonight?
Good. Hey, Mike. Hey, James.
Good evening.
Hello.
Yes, this is a good topic.
Thank you.
I'm glad she brought this up.
Thank you.
This is good. Yeah. So, like with doppelganger in the German folklore, it's like double walker, double goer. And it's, as you said, it's like a horrible omen that you're probably going to die or something. But not every time, but I mean, that's kind of the premise of it from what I've understood too. But it's really interesting though, because there's several accounts of this where that doesn't necessarily happen. Like with the clones thing, with the Donald Marshall stuff about the cloning, I was thinking about this. And if it's not actually necessarily just a cloning event, if it actually is something to do with a doppelganger effect, and because one of the phenomenon that's reported with Donald Marshall's accounts is that people experience kind of a dream world thing where they see themselves like in certain scenarios where they're being used for like entertainment or they're in battle scenes and things like this. And sometimes their clone is killed in that realm, but they are okay because they're the original, that kind of thinking. And I was thinking, supposedly everybody has a doppelganger, that everyone has one. Like you have one, I have one, every animal and every person, even animals, they have a doppelganger. It's something to do with the fact that they have it's a double body, it's a type of spiritual body. And if the person, there's like preceding events that tend to happen for an individual who's going to encounter their doppelganger. Like they have like all these symptoms of almost like a breakdown or something, where they're having like a schism of sorts. And it's almost like their astral body or something has somehow they've become so detached from it in some way. Like people report seeing themselves, over their beds in OB and out-of-body experiences where they'll see themselves. It's also reported when people die. They'll say, or they're close to death, like at a hospital. I floated out of my body and I was looking it out myself. And I wonder if you were to have this to a certain point where you actually weren't dead, but you were just out of your body, but you weren't aware of that was all that was happening, and you somehow were kind of tricked into thinking that you were actually dead because you were seeing yourself and so you must be dead, that you somehow drift too far out and then actually do fulfill the omen. And then the astral body itself is the only thing that's actually, or something to that effect. There's a confusion happening between this astral body self and like the real self. And you have these sort of scenarios coming up. And the same thing seems to come up like with the clone stories. We'll see, like, if they're battling, if the astral bodies, or several versions of them keep popping up, they can be killed in this astral realm that's being ruled by, like, some kind of beings that in the Donald Marshall account. But he's talking about literal clones and believes in literal clones. I'm just saying possibly it is something actually having control over the astral realm and the astral bodies that are in the astral realm, and keeps drawing them in somehow, and I don't know, somehow entertaining themselves with our astral bodies and then killing them or doing whatever they want to with them, but the original is still alive because it was just an astral body. But that's why they can keep torturing you in a way. So there's something weird with that whole thing. But in general, I think that's I'm leaning towards the idea that everyone has one. Everyone has this extra body, this extra spirit thing. I think there's a confusion going on where there's a mix-up of is this like when they actually see themselves? They aren't, and I was going to keep going. I'm sorry, but like.
No, keep going.
When people see vampires and they say they can't see their own reflection, that's very interesting because it's almost like, when you're looking at yourself in the mirror, there's accounts of people who aren't even vampires but possibly have had some kind of encounters or something like that. They can't see their own reflection. And I wonder too if there's something about that they are the ganger, and that's why they can't, and they become parasitic because they're not an actual living thing. And so they're having to parasite and they have no reflection because they're not the original or something to that effect. I don't know why other people would see, but see if it believes it's the real one and it does parasite and vampire around, especially right off the original. But it sounds like to me like some kind of schism occurs between an aspects of the self, for real. And there's symptoms of it, like mental breakdowns, having strange phenomenon happening, uncontrolled out-of-body experiences, astral projecting without meaning to, that kind of thing, being like symptoms that might lead up to it.
Yeah. Interesting you say that there's no reflection in the mirror, just like Danny said in the chat. I was thinking it when you were talking. So maybe, right, in some cases, like the folklore of the vampire, right, is a mind reader, back to the Anne Rice mythos, not being able to be seen in the mirror, and then also being able to sort of mind control people or step into people's brains and even take them over in some cases, depending on who you ask. Interesting how, again, like we always say, there's so many parallels here. Yeah, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
No, just that there's so many parallels with so many different things, and then you're talking about the astral body as well. If like you as always, right? You spun off like 22 different ideas in like 19 seconds, and it's like, yep, definitely, yep, maybe. I love it. What do you think? Have you ever met a doppelganger of yourself, or had any bizarre instances in your life where you thought, what the hell was this?
No, but I had this one experience in this house I used to live in where I didn't see my own reflection for like a minute or something. I had like a weird experience in this old house I lived in, and it was really weird like that. And it's not like, obviously, so I think it can happen even if it's not literally like a vampire, but like if the person's having like even paranormal experiences or something like that, where there's something weird about the environment even or something that could cause that kind of effect. And I've heard other people talk about that too, where like they're walking down a road and they look over at the reflection in in a city and they don't see themselves for just a minute, and then they do. Like there's some kind of strange phenomenon happening in that area, maybe like a portal even or something. There could be something associated with that, because we talked about mirrors being portals and all that stuff too. That has nothing to do with this, but I'm wondering if there's something to do with it having an effect on the deep subconscious mind. And if the trick was strong enough, like people talk about dying in dreams, if you believed it enough or somehow it could happen, because there's a lot of mythos about that. And the same effect could happen with the doppelganger. People report seeing themselves when they die. They're looking down at their own bodies. And at that point, you're that other self. But if there was some confusion there, somehow some kind of mix-up, it could be a self-fulfilling omen of it actually meaning an impending doom or something. Because people talk about that stuff, about seeing themselves, looking at themselves when they've died, or, but they're saying before that happened, it was preceded by seeing themselves.
Yeah, so
there's something going on there.
Exactly.
I don't know, it's very strange.
It is very strange. Here's the crazy part about this too, is that in the doppelganger mythology, I was reading, as you know, I'm reading a ton about this stuff just to know a little bit of what I'm talking about, and it is part of the mythos that if you see yourself 3 times, it means death is coming. Right? So it's part of that whole idea that you see yourself once, it's one thing. A second time, you're being stalked by something like maybe you described it, an otherworldly or out of body something that's coming for you. But the third time, right, that sacred number 3 means it's the end. I don't know if you stumbled upon that, but yeah, pretty crazy that you brought it up in that term, because it's actually part of the doppelganger mythology.
I didn't come across that, but it makes me think that, maybe that third time, it's becoming so convincing that you're getting confused about which one's the real you, you know? And if it becomes too realistic, if it starts to become, it didn't just happen once, it didn't just happen twice, it happened 3 times, you know? So maybe psychologically you're just like, that's one too many, and you have like some kind of break or something, and you actually do, or something like that. There's also a phenomenon called like, it's a form of hallucination that can happen for people who have something wrong with their brain, and it causes it too. But I don't think that's really associated with this, because there's a whole huge folklore thing about it, you know, and it actually fulfills itself. But I don't know. I think it's very interesting. It's a great topic. I'm glad that Rivers brought it up, and it's a good show. I'm enjoying it.
Right on. Real quick before you go, you're not climbing into an attic? Is everything okay these days?
Yeah, all's well. It's a completely different town.
Okay.
It's
all right.
It's like this little bitty, like 10,000 people town, and I just do my normal thing.
Okay, just checking. I'm asking.
It's
I'm
dramatically
asking.
different.
I'm asking.
I do not want to go into it at all.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
At first, I hated it, but now I'm just like, this is fine. I guess this will work.
This is fine.
And
This
I'm
is
actually
fine.
growing on me.
Okay, cool.
This
so,
is good.
Meaning, can you do more shows with us in the future? That's why I'm asking. Is your internet a little bit better? Are you able to not climb into the attic and have to do all that?
Oh yeah. No, I'm gonna get fiber. I got fiber internet coming.
Nice.
So
okay.
It's kind of cool. It's some kind of rural development thing they've got.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. You let me know.
Kind of cool.
You let me know. I feel like I've been leaving you out, and you've been contributing so many great things to us. So let me know when you got some time. I'd love to have you on the show. Okay.
You haven't at all. Not at all.
Right on. Just saying.
But
Just saying.
Have a great night.
I appreciate it. Thanks for the phone call. You're the best. Jennifer in Missouri, she's got a YouTube channel. Check it out. Link in the description down below. And the reason I say that for those of you that don't know, she used to climb, her Wi-Fi was so bad, she used to climb up in the attic and sit with the spiders in the dark to call into Troubled Minds. And now she moved, so that's why I'm asking those bizarre questions. If there's no context, you think there's bizarre questions, but they're totally not. James, quick take on that. We'll go to Daryl, and we'll go to looks like APOC and Vicky as well.
Yeah. First of all, I'm also glad to hear that things are going better. I'm looking forward to Jennifer also being on my shows again at some point too, when she's able. As some of you know, she's been on a few of them on Fridays, and those are always fun. So, but yeah, no, great stuff. I'm really wondering now about the idea. Maybe some of these doppelgangers are somehow thought forms that we create ourselves of ourselves. Maybe, in some cases, that then go out there and become stronger over time.
Oh, the tulpas.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just wondering about that now.
Yeah, it could be.
So, yeah, that's just another possible option, I think, out there.
Okay.
So
we're still taking your thoughts and your ideas. We're here with James Salcedo of Salcedo Paranormal, 702-957-1037. Daryl, thank you for being patient. Go right ahead. You're on Troubled Minds.
Hi guys. This is such a great topic. I really am enjoying the show, and I have a story and a few thoughts I wanted to mention. First of all, we give our DNA out like people go online and they want to trace their DNA, or people collect DNA. I think for devious reasons, and for all we know, our DNA has been collected and we have been cloned, or using that CRISPR technology. Maybe there is a double of us, for future use, or maybe they're going to improve us and make us more compliant and then get rid of the real one. Just saying, could be. The technology certainly is there. Then I was thinking, the movie Highlander, there can only be one. So if you do have a twin, maybe one of you has to go, if that's the case. There also could be a possibility that you have a twin. Maybe you were separated at birth and you don't even know, and you have an identical twin. So that's a possibility. But I think, you could eventually be canceled, like, with your doppelganger or your cloned self, There's also somebody, I've heard stories about people who have disappeared, and then, they wind up in another country, and they don't know who they are, where they are, and they just wind up living there, and then they come back 20 years later, and that's some sort of alien abduction thing. and they see their replacement, or they've seen their clone on a ship. I've heard stories like that. And then I have a story, if you want to hear it. When I was 19 years old, I was in a show in Philadelphia, and there was always it was a nightclub that, we did a real theater show with dinner, and then after our show, there was like a rock and roll band that would play all night. And there was this lead singer that had come to see my show, and then I stayed to watch her show. And we really looked like the same people. Like, we couldn't take our eyes off of each other. And I'll finish that story on the Discord later. How's that?
Okay, wait. Is it too hot for TV, or or you think you're out of time? Because we got time.
Yeah, I think it is.
Okay, all right.
I think I'll save it for later.
Okay, hot for TV.
Yeah, I have a doppelganger. And, okay.
Yeah, that sounds amazing. All right, so what do you, if you got to pick one point here, one idea, and say, look, this is probably the most likely thing happening. I love how you're like, hey, maybe separated at birth. We've talked about clones tonight. We've talked about maybe the astral world. We've talked about with the Night Stalker stuff, all kinds of things there, with including maybe these thought ideas of this thing comes into you and maybe vacates your entire consciousness for a moment. You turn into a zombie and do something, and then your brain comes back in because it left. And then what do you think? What's your idea here regarding what an actual doppelganger is? And not just let's say, we can say in normie terms, but also what about esoteric terms? What are your thoughts?
Well, I'm going to go for the normie first, because there obviously is identical. Your DNA is so similar. The chances of you looking the same are so rare, but it's possible. You have a very similar DNA. For some reason, your family lines must have crossed in the past somehow, and the combination of somehow the parents just wound up making something so similar because of their DNA. So I think that's why you look so much the same. You have that gene that makes your eyes brown. You have this gene that makes your hair red. That makes your nose that shape. Whatever. All of those, it's all DNA. I really think that's pretty much really what it all is. But then again, I think there are sinister forces out there that have been experimenting on humans for forever. And they will try anything and do anything. And they have created a lot of weird things in the past. And I think it's very possible that they've created duplicates of us for whatever reason. I don't know. Maybe we're in formaldehyde somewhere waiting to be animated, We could be, sitting in a jar, being pickled until we're ready for future use for some reason. Maybe, they were going to exchange body parts or something. We'll be maybe we won't be, but maybe we'll be a future experiment for whatever purpose they have, because they have the money and the time and whatever, and the devious kind of evil thoughts and experiments. So anything's possible. I think it's possible that they could we could definitely be duplicated with very little effort, from a little swab in your nose, or, just wondering who your ancestors are, and ancestry DNA. They can collect this stuff so easily.
Yeah, good stuff. James, take on that?
Yeah, I do think there's so much that happens that we don't even see in medical facilities that it's hard to say what goes on for sure. But I don't think in every case, but in some, I could see there being some things going on that we wouldn't want to have happen. So the idea of people being cloned without even knowing it, I think that could happen.
Definitely. Back to you, Daryl. Just got about 2.5 minutes left, but go right ahead. What are your other additional thoughts on this? Thank you for being patient with us tonight.
Oh, no problem. I think it's a great subject, but I don't know. The vampire thing, there's all possibilities. The paranormal aspects of it are very strange. The 3 times you're out. I did love the movie Highlander, though, which, there were 2 of them and there could only be one. I don't think it's that amazing, though. We're not immortal, or maybe we are. Maybe that's our immortality, and it's just to continue our destiny, or our progenitors, That's how we keep regenerating ourselves. Maybe that's our reincarnation. I don't know, but that's about it. I'm done.
Right on. I appreciate it.
I definitely met mine.
Okay, I'm looking forward to that story. If you guys want the Too Hot for TV version of things, join the Discord, troubledminds.org. It's not just Daryl. We're just kind of shooting the crap. See, I can't say it on the radio. We're just shooting the crap afterward, and you get a lot more uncensored thoughts. And it's not like we're Nazis. Please don't be stupid like that. It's just that you can say some things and kind of elaborate ideas together without the world pioneers listening. And it's a good thing. We learn from each other. We spend time with each other, and we most importantly, it's a non-judgmental place, and we just get together and talk, and it's good stuff. You're the best, Daryl. I appreciate it. Thanks for the phone call. I'm looking forward to the Too Hot for TV version a little bit later. Thanks a lot. Have a fantastic night. Also, by the way, Daryl in New York has a YouTube channel. Check it out. You can find that on link is in the description down below. She sings in English and French. And again, she's been very, very kind to the show and kind to us with all of her amazing ideas. James, got about a minute and a half. Go right ahead.
Yeah, the one thing I wanted to say about the mental, the possibility of mind powers, the idea, and I mean that could be either from a spirit or from some kind of altered biological person or being, or even alien. That does make sense in a way of basically a form of telepathy or mind control, to where the only the people that need to see doppelganger, like a copy of someone, actually see that, but not everyone else does. And then as far as the spiritual thing, yeah, it could be any number of things, altering perceptions and or taking on forms. It's hard to say.
Hard to say, and that's why we talk about this, because this stuff isn't easy. I had actually a bunch of stories and all kinds of stuff to get to tonight, but as you guys know, right, I prepare it all just in case nobody calls. We got a ton of calls tonight, and I appreciate that so much. James popped in here and was like, hey, yeah, let's do this, and so thank you, James, for being part of this as well. So many great people. You get a great community, and like I said, you throw these ideas into the blender, and you get an amazing output, and greater than the sum of its parts for sure. Thank you so much for being part of this show and part of this community, part of my life, part of our lives. And I appreciate each and every one of you. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for listening. As always, please give James a follow. Salcedo Paranormal. Links in the description down below. He's doing good work over there. The paranormal expert of troubled minds. So don't tell him that or he'll get mad. He doesn't really get mad. He doesn't really get mad. It's more of a joke. It's more of a joke. He doesn't really get mad. All right. So as we finish, it goes a little something like this. If you're listening to us on the Fringe FM, stay tuned for Joe Roop and Lighting the Void, and then Ryan Gable, The Secret Teachings after that. If you're listening to us on any other platform, including the podcast feed, stay tuned for a third hour of Troubled Minds. And, well, yeah, I don't know. No answers here. Like I said, this is more the question show. I'm not trying to tell you it was this or that or the other thing. Go wide, not deep. Shout out to whoever said that in the chat. Thank you for that. And that's what we do. Consider all the possibilities. So you tell me. I don't know. As we finish, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, 7 p.m. Pacific, come say hi. Come join us. Come join the family. And as it ends, be sure, be strong, be true. Thank you for listening. From our troubled minds to yours, have a great night. When you're good, you're good. James, what's up? What's up?
I'm glad to be here.
Glad to be here. I'm glad you're here. Thanks for jumping in here. Special thanks again to Rivers, Night Stalker, and of course James for popping in here and saying, "Yeah, let's." Here's the thing, you guys haven't talked about this. And by the way, Rivers was very kind and sent me an email and was, as always, very polite and said, "Have you talked about this yet? Here's some doppelganger stuff." And if you guys know Rivers, you'll know what I'm saying. So there you go. So we're gonna do third hour Trouble Minds coming up. We got APOC ready. We got Vicky. I see you there. Please be be patient with us, guys. That's the beauty of, and also the downside of having a bunch of calls. You guys got to be patient and share the lines with each other, so I appreciate that so much. Please be patient with us. Gonna take a fast 2-minute break just to reset this whole thing. We'll be back with more doppelgangers, James of Salcedo Paranormal, Vicky, and of course APOC, and we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. More Troubled Minds on the way. Be right back. All right, good enough. I don't know if that's 2 minutes, but fuck it. We're in the third hour, and let's just do it. We got people waiting, so let's go to APOC in Oklahoma. Welcome to Troubled Minds. Are you there? Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Okay, get Vicky first. I can wait. All right, let's go to Vicky in Illinois. Vicky, welcome to Troubled Minds. You're on with Mike and James. How are you, my friend?
Good. How are you?
Doing very well. Thanks for asking. We're just, by night, once the moon comes out, Troubled Minds talks about crazy stuff, and here we are. What is your thought on doppelgangers? Do you have a story for us, or an idea, or a theory, or all of the above?
I have a couple things.
Sure, go right ahead.
One, last watched something on television. I don't remember which channel it was on because I've been trying different stations, It wasn't on regular television. It was on something. Well, anyhow, there was a program that actually they had I think it was 14 different sets of non-related twins, doppelgangers, and they said that for each person, there's 4 people who are basically like their twins in the world. Could be from anywhere. Sorry.
That's okay.
I thought that was interesting that there's 4 of them.
Yeah, I think they've said too, in terms of the universe, right? That given infinite possibilities, anything can happen, meaning that there's an exact version of you exactly somewhere in the universe as well. It's just, where is that, right? So it makes sense that, like Derek was saying earlier, there's so many billions of people on the planet that it makes sense that there's maybe not your identical, let's say genetically identical, twin, non-genetic twin. How would that be? Non-genetic, genetic twin, right? But in that it's close, very, very close, and that, at least... I think the thing we kind of missed tonight as well is sort of that human perception of things, sort of that pareidolia aspect. And just because, you see somebody that looks similar, right? Have you ever had this happen too, by the way? I've had people say to me, Mike, you look just like that person. And I'm like, and I look at that person, it's like a celebrity or something. I'm told I look like the Jackass guy, right? And I'm like, really? And I'm like, so I look at the Jackass guy, the guy, he's not a jackass. He does a movie and a show called Jackass. But he's also a jackass. But I look at the guy and I'm like, that doesn't look anything like me. You guys tell me, do you think I look like the Jackass guy? I don't know what his actual name is, but you see me on the camera. Anyway, so whatever, blah, blah, blah. So my point is that I think there's a human fallacy involved as well in some of these cases where we're mistaken, right? Where it looks close, but not close enough. You know what I mean?
Well, when I was growing up, me and my brother was 1 year apart, and we basically was Irish twins. We were 1 year apart. And always growing up, everybody's always, even my mom had problems distinguishing me from my brother if I was walking down the street or he was walking down the street. She would yell for Billy, and he would be sitting there, and he'd be like, "That's Vicky," and I'd be sitting there watching television, and my mom would end up saying, "Bill, no, I'm Vicky. That's Billy walking down the street." So even as even until after I graduated from high school, because I used to always go to this shop that fixes radios and televisions and stuff, because my uncle worked there, and he was the one who always fixed everything. But I used to always visit all the stuff there. And anyhow, I'm like, I hope you know which one I am now. If I'm the boy or the girl. I sure hope so, you know. Because he had longer hair and I had short hair. So we kind of evened it out, you know.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and things change. And that's what I'm saying, right? So let's say maybe in this exact moment, I look like that person. You know what I mean? But then also things change. So maybe in this exact moment, that's all it was. And then tomorrow we look divergently different. And, you know, and it was only in just a brief period of time we looked similar. So that's a good point, too.
But when we were both in, I think it was like junior high school. My mom went to the dentist, and she saw this guy who looked exactly like my brother, and she thought it was, but it wasn't. You know, it was a guy who was in his class, his graduating class. You know, and different person totally. So it's like, wow, there's like 3 of us that look alike in my town. Makes me wonder, was somebody playing around with somebody that they shouldn't have?
Was there something in the water?
You know?
That's a funny story. That's a funny story. So not just one of you, 2 of you, 3 of you. I love it. So did it stick though? Are you still able to maybe look these people up on Facebook and say that maybe this is still a thing, or was it just a brief thing?
Well, he is a lawyer now, and I really don't associate with him. He was in a higher class in the graduating class, you know, and so I was the younger one. So I really didn't socialize with him or anything. But my brother did.
Gotcha.
My brother was friends with him.
Fair enough. Yeah. I was just curious if you had followed up on it since then. You don't have to, of course. It was just one of those things, you know. Sometimes we're like, I wonder if this is still a thing, right? It's all good. So what do you think beyond just like similarities? Do you think there's like a more paranormal or otherwise aspect to this, something more esoteric to the idea of doppelgangers?
There could be. I would not rule that out. But personally, I haven't seen somebody who's a real doppelganger.
Fair enough.
Even though all of us cousins, we all look alike.
Like I said, you can't say that too much, or they're going to call you a racist. Be very careful, Vicky. What else you got for us tonight?
Why? That should do it. That's about it. I just wanted to point out the thing about that show about the twins who are not related. I don't remember what it's called. It's something like that.
Gotcha.
It's
okay.
not doppelgangers.
All right. I will be on the lookout for your doppelganger, and I will be very kind when I meet her. You're the best, Vicky.
Oh, and my sister Adana, she had somebody who she always looked like Blondie, Debbie Harry.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
She looked just like Debbie.
Yeah, there's something weird about the celebrity lookalikes. Yeah, okay. Well, you never told me Adana looked like Blondie. Well, now I know. Shout out to Adana. Vicky and Adana are sisters. Both of them, always over on Rockfin. Very consistent here, hanging out, and good friends of mine, good friends of the show. Thank you so much for the phone call. Adana, shout out to you. Too shy to call in, but that's okay. One day it will be your day, and when you call, I will be nice to you.
She's too shy. She's definitely too shy to do it.
All good.
I figured I better call and say that.
Right on. I appreciate it.
Hey, James, I just wanted to say, hey, I hadn't talked to you lately.
Hello, good to hear from you again.
Yeah, it's nice to hear you. I'm glad you're helping Mike.
Oh yeah, always happy to be here.
But you always do.
He always does. He always does. I appreciate it.
Well, you guys are doing great.
Thanks a lot. You're the best.
I like the program.
Appreciate it, Vicky.
All right, have a good night.
You too. That's Vicky.
Bye-bye.
Vicky in Illinois, good friend of ours, good friend of the show. Like I said, her and her sister Adana are very consistent over on Rockfin, listening to us every night. Thank you so much for the phone call. Thanks for being part of this. We're looking to hear from you tonight. 702-957-1037. We got APOC next. Let's go to James first. We've got the mystery caller on deck. I see you there. Hang tight. We'll get to you after APOC. What's your thought on what Vicky was saying there, James? I think it's interesting that she's describing, right, like I was trying to articulate, but it's difficult for me sometimes because, as I say, words are hard sometimes. That maybe in a moment we look very similar, but maybe in 6 months previous and 6 months after, maybe those same two people don't look similar at all anymore. So there's a weird sort of maybe time aspect to this as well. You think?
Yeah, I think there's definitely. Not everything is paranormal. I think anything is possible, including some of the more mundane, as they say, stuff where some of it is pareidolia, some of it is just as you described how we look at one point versus another point. I think all of that plays in as well. So yeah, I think that's important to point out to you.
100%. Let's go to APOC. APOC in Oklahoma. Welcome to Troubled Minds. How are you? Good evening.
Hey.
You're on with Mike and James. Go right ahead. What's on your mind tonight?
Yay. Some of my favorite people.
Thank you.
So yeah, words are hard.
Indeed. Now it's your turn. Words are hard.
I know, right? I figured I'd say that first. It would sort of ease the tension I have here.
All good. You got us. We got your back. Go ahead.
But I do have a story from high school. I had a lot of people who would say, "Hey, I saw you on this side of town last week or the other night or the other day." And I waved, but you didn't wave back. What's up? And I'm like, no, no, I wasn't there. So I was told by several people that they're like, well, you have a doppelganger then, you've got a twin. I'm like, okay, that's kind of weird. But a couple years later, after high school, I was at a gas station and I got summoned by a police officer that was parked in the parking lot. And I walked over to him and he said, would you mind me checking out your ID? And I said, sure. I gave it to him and he asked me my name and asked me all these questions. And I said, what did I do, officer? And he's like, well, just a minute. And I said, okay. And he got me into the car and he got into the car and, he looked at me, looked at my ID, and he just had this weird look on his face and he flipped his visor down. And he had a picture of this girl that was wanted that was not me, but looked exactly like me.
Nice. Nice.
And
hey, come on.
And I'm
like, if you're going to have a situation like this, it may as well be something with a cop. Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Right. And that was just a couple years after everybody was telling me, hey, and it was the side of town that everybody was talking about having seen her as well, where I was summoned by the cop. And I guess that's where they were looking for her, which was probably the same girl, I'm assuming. So I'm glad I wasn't her and she wasn't me, but she really looked like me. I also have a friend who I helped him. He actually became a Prince lookalike, and he was a good friend of mine. Still is a good friend of mine. He had the same birthday as Prince. He looked like Prince. I mean, very similar. You would have a hard time earlier in Prince's life, you would have had a hard time, you know, knowing the difference. It's just, you know, kind of funny because he ended up, doing a Prince lookalike thing. And I actually went and I helped him do the video. I was Wendy or Lisa, I can't remember which one, but we did it. We did like a stage show to prove to these people that he could be a Prince lookalike, and it was kind of fun. But then he ended up being on what's her name's video as the Prince lookalike. Oh, what is her name? Somebody just mentioned it in chat like a few nights ago, actually.
Apollonia. Is that her?
No. Apollonia was one of the. No, this was more recently.
I see. Not the old school.
Not the old school. This was recent. But yeah. Anyway, so he's a Prince lookalike. So he is basically kind of like his doppelganger. And one thing that Vicky had mentioned that I was going to also mention was, excuse me, you have, I think, just a few combinations of facial features that are possible in the human face. And statistically speaking, we will have doppelgangers. We will have lookalikes, just in genetics. But the weird stuff is when you get into like the stuff James was talking about with family members having a conversation with somebody in their home with their other family member, and then their other family member saying, no, I was on the other side of town. You know, that stuff comes up a lot when you're looking at paranormal stuff, and it's so odd to me. But using the maybe juice thing, I thought of a million different possibilities while you guys were talking. I'm like, and James also brought up the tulpa thing, which I was thinking about as well. What if we make our own tulpas? What if somehow we or our spirit or whatever wants a different life so badly that we create a tulpa for ourselves? That might be interesting. But if you go into aliens and the genetic testing and the possible cloning, which some of that has been brought up here, what if they've got clones like someone had said, like ready, and what if some of them are out there being us, with a different agenda or a different, I don't know. That's interesting. But then I want to get into time travel.
Do it. Hell, hey, why not? We haven't talked about time travel in way too long, so let's time travel to the time where we need to talk about time travel and talk about time travel. Go right ahead.
But it's a weird sort of time travel. I had a conversation with a friend about reincarnation at some point. And as you know, maybe there are a lot of people who remember past lives, and they end up finding photos of these people or finding the family of these people. And they happen to say that you look just like them, or the photos look just like the people, just like you, the people that they have figured out that they were in a past life. So what I'm thinking is, what if, there's the maybe juice, what if you step outside of time, we can be reincarnated into many people, which is actually, I lean towards this already. I've already leaned towards this, but what if we are reincarnated in the same time in many bodies? So you could bump into yourself at any point in time. But what if some of those reincarnations are actually duplicates physically of yourself?
Uh-oh. Did we just break the Matrix? maybe. I don't know, and I think it is fascinating that there's so much of this. This person looks like you. By the way, do I look like Johnny Knoxville? I mean, for crying the fuck out loud.
No.
I looked at the thing and I was like, really? You just wanted to call me Jackass, didn't you? Like, why don't you just have the sack and call me Jackass and not be like, you look like the Jackass guy? I'm like, hey, I'm not even a tough guy. Just call me Jackass. It's fine. I'm not going to get super mad. I'm going to get more mad if you tell me I look like a guy I don't look like. That's when I'm going to get super mad. Anyway, so but it is weird that there's the whole. We do look like people. I mean, it is. There's similarities the world over, like you said, but then there's so many levels of this that, again, we haven't even brought up like archons or even barely the trickster spirits and things like this, or like you're describing. Yeah, and there's a lot to this. So just in terms of like sipping the maybe juice, once you start shotgunning the maybe juice, this shit can go off the rails, right? I mean, have you seen that show Fringe that I was talking about? Sort of that idea.
Oh, yeah.
In that alternate parallel universe, the Olivia Dunham that wore the beret or whatever and was nothing like her in the thing. And I didn't watch all of it. Once Leonard Nimoy was on the other side and both sides, and he was a good guy here and a bad guy there. I mean, it was really good. I should go back and finish that series, but it was like maybe the same sort of thing, right? Like sort of the convergences of those timelines, right? Like it's a wild idea.
Yeah, I don't mesh with that real well because I'm not a proponent of the multiple timelines, but I'm not saying it's out of the realm of possibility. It could be. I just lean more towards different realities in different ways, not different realities that match ours, that match our own. I go into different places with that, but not like multiple worlds theory, like many Earths and stuff like that. I think that we do have other levels of life in a way. So, I won't go there, but but if the multiple timelines thing is possible, then yeah, that would certainly be interesting. And then there are all those stories of people like waking up and being in a different world, and like that story where this girl wakes up and her boyfriend never existed, and she has the wrong sheets on her bed, and a lot of things look the same. She has the same job, but it's in a different department. She doesn't know her boss, but her boss knows her. And then her sister had surgery, and then she starts talking to her sister about the surgery, and she doesn't know what she's talking about. She never had surgery. So yeah, there are things like that which are really interesting, that sort of go into that multiple timelines theory, but I'm not feeling it. I still don't feel it. I need a little bit more depth on that one. I need to go to different places to go with that one.
Hey, if anybody knows anything about me, depth is not my thing. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I completely understand, Apoc. You're good there. James, anything for her? Anything for James while we got you guys on?
Yeah, well, I like the idea of the multiple incarnations idea, especially if when you go outside of time, that means you could not even necessarily go forward, but you go backward.
Exactly.
So
exactly.
Yeah, and so then that would almost lead to it being easier to even have memories of other lives. And this is off topic in a way, but still have memories of other lives, because you did have other lives, and you do have other lives before and after, or even memories of current day events that didn't happen to you, the individual you, let's say, they happen to other versions of you that are out there somewhere.
Yes, yeah, for sure. And then there are regressionists, people who do like past life regression, hypnosis and stuff, that they actually go into future lives And some of them have gone into concurrent lives, where they are living another life in this timeline. But I would say that the evidence in that respect suggests that we can have a life in any time, right? We can be in any time that we choose, or that however it works. But yeah, that's definitely interesting. And then the part about people remembering their other lives and then finding out that those people look pretty much identical to them is definitely fits into this topic. So maybe we align with a certain image. Maybe we align with a certain sort of, maybe our personality defines some of the genetics when we're being developed in the womb, as well as the genetics of our parents. But yeah, interesting stuff.
Interesting stuff. Algo says APOC has a voice that could do audiobooks. Read us.
Aww.
Come on, APOC, start. It was a dark and stormy night.
It was a dark and stormy night.
APOC. Hey. I got an idea. Let's do like a tandem sort of scary story like that. Something like that. Hey, let's make something up. Okay, yeah, cool. APOC, we got a phone call behind you. You're welcome to stay. You're the best. Don't go anywhere if you got time. Love to have you. Somebody's been waiting for like almost 25 minutes. I hate to do that to people. So APOC here has a podcast. Please check her out. Again, it's not only does she have a voice that could do audiobooks, maybe coming soon is an audio drama brought to you by Mike and APOC. And also give her a follow. Links in the description down below. She's got a podcast, and please go check that out. And APOC, stay right there if you can. Let me know if you're going to stay. I'm going to go to Sandra over here on the phone line. You going to hang out with us?
Yeah, I'll stay.
Okay, stay right there. Be right back with you. Let's go to Sandra on YouTube. Thanks for being patient. You're on Troubled Minds with Mike, James, and APOC. Go right ahead. What are your thoughts on the doppelganger?
Hey, it's Cassandra. So no, it's kind of a weird thing, more like a dream. So kind of what she was talking about as well, like on the basis of having different lives and time traveling. So basically, when I was like around turning 18, I went on vacation, and 2 days before I got on a cruise, I had a dream of this guy, and my dream was kind of present time. And I see him the day I get on the cruise. I avoid him though, because I'm freaked out. I'm like, this is weird. I'm not going to talk to him and tell him that weird story. So pass on like 2 days later. We go into like the little club area in the cruise and stuff like that. And he walks right towards me, and I'm sitting alone, and he calls me by another name. And he ends up telling me like he's been dreaming of me for the past 4 years. And
what the hell?
It was just a weird thing. Yeah. It was just a weird thing. His dream basically takes place in another timeline, probably like I'd say Renaissance era, something like that. And we meet, and it's just a weird story. Let's just say it resembles the whole Snow White thing. So basically, when he saw me, he called me Snow. I don't look like Snow White, so it's weird. And he just tells me the story is basically he finds me somewhere, kisses me, wakes me up, and we start walking through these woods, and there's a separation, a fork in the road. And I end up going on the other end, and it's snowing. But then there's this big mirror on a tree, a random mirror, and he looks at himself, and he sees himself dressed up in kind of a red suit with gold. And then these dark entities start coming at us, something kind of like in Harry Potter, kind of like that. And he says that I get angry and I turn on him basically, and I join them, but then we kind of get better, and then we just keep going through the road. But that's about it as far as his dream goes. But ever since that, we've been together. So it's just kind of a weird story.
Nice. I do like that it has a happy ending. I was waiting for the human twist of like, well, then things didn't work out. Bravo.
No, it was terrible. It was terrible though, because he actually lived 2 hours from me. So he lived in another city and I lived in another state. And it was just insane how we even met. I'd never thought the chances of meeting someone you dream of would happen.
That's pretty wild.
For a couple of years, we had a long-distance relationship. Yeah, a lot has happened, but somehow, some way, we didn't let go. So
that's amazing.
I still try to make sense of it, though.
Yeah, so okay, the question for you then is, so what do you think was happening in these dream states? Like, what led you guys to recognizing each other in the real world? How do you think this actually worked sort of in a metaphysical sense?
I really don't know. I know that probably before I went on the cruise, I had an incident happen to me, and I was really depressed because I was still in high school. It was my last year. And I know during that time, I kind of cut off, like, social media and television and all that stuff. And I kind of began to more reflect on myself and my wants. And in a way, I started, like, writing down what I wanted, I don't know, I guess my future to look like, you know, like the guy. And I made this list, and I even made a list of how I wanted to meet him. And, of course, it exceeded my expectations, but I kind of just put it out there in my head. But as far as his goes, he has a lot of stuff he hasn't told me yet. He says he's just still waiting to tell me some stuff he's not ready for.
Oh.
But yeah, like I said, I still try to make sense of it, and I kind of like telling my story to see maybe if somebody else might have a different opinion or perspective on it.
I want to know what he knows. What if he's got like some super wild story that like takes us to another level that he knew when he was born that he was going to meet you someday type of thing. You know what I mean? Like not to put pressure for happily ever after and all that stuff. Like I said, it's a good story right now. Time is a long time and all the rest of that. I'm not trying to do any of that to anybody, but what's interesting is if he says he does know more and he's reluctant to tell you of all people, I wonder what he does know. Interesting. Like this is an amazing story.
I agree.
Yeah, good stuff. So what do you have? Where did you find the show, by the way? The first time caller, thank you for having the guts to call in. A lot of people don't. I appreciate that very much. Where did you find the show?
Oh, I was on this the conspiracy on Reddit. Someone posted it, and so I just clicked on it.
Nice.
I thought it was live, so.
Nice. Right on. You're welcome anytime. Thank you so much for the story. What are your other ideas while we got you on? If you don't have any others, that's okay. Regarding doppelgangers and this idea that maybe there's a double of you or somebody else out there. What's your theory?
I really don't know. I don't really have any kind of opinion on it other than I do sometimes think, like, I think you mentioned something about celebrities. I think a lot of them do look alike, and especially, you know, ones that are already dead and things like that, kind of feel like they just take from the same gene pool. Because I don't understand how they just keep finding these random actors and random singers that kind of all resemble each other. Or if not resemble, kind of sound alike. Like, for example, everyone knows The Weeknd. He kind of has the same flaw as MJ, and I mean, that's strange. I mean, some of it can be from music manipulation, but to what extent? And, yeah, just things like that. Or like how I think Daniel Radcliffe kind of looks like the kid from Lord of the Rings. I just find that so weird.
They kind of do. I never thought about it, but you kind of do. Frodo was in Harry Potter. Frodo was Harry Potter. Amazing stuff. Amazing stuff. I appreciate the phone call. What else you got for us tonight? I like to give people as much time as they need, and thank you so much for having like I said, the guts to call us. What else you got for us?
No, that's about it. That's like the weirdest thing in my life that I don't really have anything else other than that.
That's strange enough for me, and you're definitely in the right place. Like I said, my name is Mike. It's a pleasure to meet you. Thanks we love all the callers, especially the first time callers, because you have a home here. When you're ready to call back, you're always welcome. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Sandra. Have a fantastic night. Thanks for the phone call. There we go. Easy as that. See? Easy. Look at that. Easy. Not only that, first-time caller, and amazing call, and wow, what a story. What a story. James, let's get your take on that. We'll go to APOC and then keep on trucking. Looking to hear from you guys. 702-957-1037. Click the Discord link, troubleminds.org. Get your ass in here. We're talking about doppelgangers. What about these dream states? What about these, like APOC was saying, maybe this sort of interdimensional something or other? I don't know. I don't even know what to make of any of this, because everything sort of blends together. Go ahead, James.
Yeah, I wonder, just kind of connecting everything to get together, if sometimes when we have dreams about where we see ourselves, if that really is ourself, or if it is another version of us. What if in some cases we're a doppelganger for someone else? Maybe in some kind of, like I think was mentioned earlier, some kind of astral form, or even teleportation, possibly, or even by location. There have been cases of people that have been seen in two places at once, not even separate locations, just like and I forget the name of this case, but it involved a teacher that was seen in multiple places at once in the school, to the point where it was making the parents worry, because they were getting stories from their kids of seeing this teacher in multiple places at once. And so this teacher, because of all the gossip that was being generated, and basically because it was such a strange thing, of course, in a lot of in a lot of cases, anything that's strange and repeated, people don't like that a lot. So she ended up being fired from the school. Turns out this was not the first time that happened.
That's pretty wild. So what's the explanation, James? You got an answer for us?
Just that apparently somehow when she was distracted or thinking of other things, she would appear, a version of her would appear near where she was thinking of. Like in one of the cases, she was, I'm barely remembering this here, but she was thinking of the garden outside of the school. And when she was in this classroom with all the kids, and some of the kids sitting by the window happened to look outside, and they saw her by the garden, like almost like she was trying to work in the garden. And at the same time, this teacher in the classroom was kind of almost like, not quite in a daze, but just really kind of almost zoned out. And so it was like she was somehow astral projecting to the other place in that same property. But it was it was so, I don't even know if so strong or so much energy was given off that these other kids, they were able to see that.
That's pretty wild. Actually, interestingly, Zoe in the chat here says it's like quantum level. Stuff can be in two places at once. That would be the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. And yeah, I don't know. Wild stuff. Love the story, James. APOC, are you there? We got Y Music behind you, but what's your take on what Sandra said in James's story? What's going on with you, APOC? What's up? Hey there.
Yeah, I mean, the bilocation thing is interesting, because there are there are a lot of stories related to bilocation. And I think James might be onto something when he's talking about, when someone is thinking real heavily about something or some place, maybe they can project themselves in a way into that place. And that might be, I don't know, it's an interesting thought. Again, that sort of reminds me of the tulpa thing, but tulpas are supposed to be permanent, I guess, right? But yeah, the quantum connection is interesting too, because yeah, I mean, it's all very interesting. We don't know what we can do. I mean, we can do amazing things, and this stuff just scratches the surface. And it would be awesome to kind of know how to develop the skill sets, right? Of all these cool like skills that I think we have access to, and bilocation might very well be one of them. It's just unconscious that right now, anyway. There are monks that can like replicate things in their hand, can like create stuff with their minds, and I mean, there's so much that I think we can do that we don't know that we can do, and the bilocation thing is a cool feature if we've got that feature, right?
100%. And real quick, Robert adds on Rockfin, I think this is hilarious and very troubled mindsy. He says, our doppelgangers have been caught by surveillance cameras and entered into a database. What about the idea of a digital doppelganger? Uh-oh. Didn't they have Tupac and those guys like Michael Jackson touring after they passed away with their digital doppelgangers?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Even more weird. The plot always thickens, doesn't it? In the third hour of Troubled Minds, we always go further and further off the rails, and here we are. My goodness. All right, we got a caller behind you. What else you got, APOC? And then, like I said, you're welcome to stay. You're welcome to bounce. You do you. We're just going to do us, and we'll be you're you, I'm me, we're us. And together we rule.
Well, I was going to throw in one more thing that might sort of go back a little bit to something either Jen or Night Stalker said. If I was driving down a highway one time and I looked down and I'm heading up on a curve and I'm paying attention to my hands and to the road. And as my vehicle is turning, my hands are not turning. And it just triggered this thought. What if I had actually run into that wall on the highway? And this is what happens when you die. You continue. And you're in this sort of other plane where you need to finish what you were doing. But your body has passed away. And what if that potentially is a different realm, so to speak? There are a couple of books of people who say that that's what had happened to them in remembering past lives and stuff. There's a story about this lady who had a memory of living in Egypt, and she was a wise woman of sorts, and she developed a life and had people, and one day she just decided, I'm going to go back to where I started, and she did. And she found all her friends who were there and started having conversations, and they were all sort of philosophers. And then it just dawned on her, wait a minute, you died. Right. Am I dead? Am I dead? And he said, I was just waiting for you to realize it. But yes, this is the place where we realize we've died. And so she had no idea when she had died, but apparently in living her life, she had lived a good portion of it being dead. So that's an interesting idea. It doesn't exactly run with the doppelganger thing, but that might be related to ghosts and people seeing people that have passed away as well. Maybe they're living out a life that they hadn't finished yet.
Just again, that sort of goes back to that idea that you don't like, that spinning off into another universe, meaning that those we've talked about this with Night Stalker in the past too, with those, like if a ball bounces left or a ball bounces right, is that the moment that it spins off into another universe, another sort of timeline or time frame like you're describing, or a life continued? Or is it built on consciousness like you're describing, that these things don't happen except based on human lives, or say lives in general, souls in general? That's an amazing thought. Great stuff. Real quick too, shout out to Zai if you're out there. The reason why Sandra found us tonight, by the way, that's why I always ask, because I want to know where people find us. Zai is out there sprinkling Troubled Minds fairy dust all over Reddit and all over everywhere, Facebook and everywhere else, as we're doing this live. She's out there dropping links. A good friend of mine, part of the team, and so shout out to Zai, shout out to Sandra. That's again, this is how things sometimes don't happen by accident, do they? And right, sometimes it's just a lot of hard work. So thank you, Zai, for doing the thing and spreading some Troubled Minds sprinkles out there on the internet. I appreciate it very much. Thank you, Apak. Amazing thoughts as always. Let's go to Big Y. Big Y in Hawaii. What's up, brother? Are you there? Test 1 2. Hello. Did he sneak up on you? Maybe he bounced out of the channel. Maybe he's not there. Oh, yeah, bounced out of the channel. That would explain it. Big Y in Hawaii. Welcome to Troubled Minds. If you need a second to get it together, no problem, because you bounced out of the channel. How are you, my friend? What's going on? Test 1 2. Big Y. Big Kahuna. Big Y in Hawaii. Test 1 2. Not hearing you. If you hear me, I do not hear you. We do not hear you. All right. Hey, guys, I'm gonna bounce into the caller queue to go talk to this individual. Please follow. I'll see you there. All right. We're having issues here, so let's do it right in the caller queue. Big Y can hear me. Test 1 2. Big Y. Test 1 2.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now you're good. Go right ahead.
All right, cool.
What's up, man?
Cheers, man. Sorry about that.
No, you're fine.
Hey, it's awesome. It's windy.
Nice. It's windy here too.
Yeah, the trade winds have come in. So you must be we must be sharing it then, maybe.
Yeah. I got the east side. You got the west side. It's all good. We got it on lock. Thanks for being patient with us. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, man. Sorry about that. I'm not still new with Discord trying to talk on here.
No, you're cool, man. You're cool. That's part of the beauty and the amazingness of a live show, right? You never know what you're going to get. Live is like a box of chocolates. Go right ahead. What are your thoughts on the doppelganger and all the rest of this?
Well, to be honest, I kind of think this stuff is related to the Matrix and, the archetypes and people. Maybe the Matrix only being able to create so many specific types of people. And, maybe with personality types and even when, maybe connecting to our dreams and, to throw another wrench into Indra's web and those crystal nexus points, the way I look at them, maybe there are certain people who are nexus points who are, almost anchors of reality and everything else around is a manifestation. So it's like, if these are the main archetypes and possibly the main people, like people that maybe tune into this show that actually, do call in and have theories, and maybe a lot of the other people you see throughout the Jim or the Jeff you see walking his dog every day, but you never really know about him and never see anything further than him walking his dog out of his apartment, or so-and-so, the teller, the cashier person. Maybe it's all just manifestations, archetypes, and the same thing with our dreams, how our mind can only make up faces and people depending on people we've known and met and had interactions with. So if our mind is a copy of the universe, maybe it's something along those lines.
I love it. And so what would that mean then? Is it back to that whole parallel reality type stuff where our doppelgangers are just in our minds and we're creating parallel versions of ourselves in alternate realities, and then so there's some sort of overlap? How do you explain how maybe you come into contact with somebody that looks exactly like yourself?
Well, it's actually happened to me a couple times. I've come into contact with people who generally look. I mean, I'm a pretty average looking white guy. I am taller. Like I'm 6'5", so that's kind of hard to mimic consistently. But I do meet white guys that have that, pompadour, James Dean, just comb back kind of haircut with a medium-sized beard, especially in the service industry. It happened in Nashville a lot and Colorado a lot. But since coming out here in Hawaii, not so much. So maybe it's a generalization, where you are, you have a majority of these type of people. You notice it like, hey, I like Mustangs, so you notice Mustangs more. Maybe it has something to do with that. But also, I think as people wake up, maybe we're all just kind of, the way the Matrix describes it visually, kind of these shells walking around, with everything we touch. I know you have one caller that talked about harrowing objects, and you touch objects other people have touched, you take that energy. Maybe that has something to do with, like literally everything you touch, everything you say, everything you through this life takes that little piece of your soul, a little piece of that mana, that chi that you have. And, as it does that, people become shells. They become, restless. Like you say, Mondays don't suck, your job just does. And people become just caught in this routine that's just over broke until they wake up and maybe realize truth that ignites their fire again, And once that happens, maybe they become nexus points and they become something that's manifested more throughout reality. Now people start to recognize, oh, hey, you look like so-and-so. Because since I've woken up and gotten out of the military, I've got people ask me, oh, you look like Clay Matthews. Oh, you look like so-and-so baseball player. Like, how many baseball players every November? Oh, you look like such and such.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
So,
you put on a baseball hat, you look like every baseball player.
Exactly. Yeah. So, but yeah, maybe it's something to do with that. As we wake up, as we become, more of recognizing our own divinity in the life that we are given and the life we have, the life maybe we chose, like APOC was saying with the story about that woman in her past life. There's that one guy, Mateus De Stefano, I think. I sent you the link on that stuff. If you're able to ever actually watch that stuff, he talks about his past life. He believes he was in Atlantis, and he believes, that he was a part of trying to build the next generation of humanity because they weren't originally from here, stuff like that. So, maybe there's something to it. And if we wake up, we start becoming these nexus point of reality, and we start seeing more of ourselves manifested in the reality around us.
Yeah, I love it, and I think that's the thing too. Just like APOC was saying as well, and I think just a shout out too. I like if you guys think I don't listen, you know better. But the one who called in and talked about sort of putting your energy into objects, sort of by woodworking or building things, or no matter what you do, you're sort of transferring your essence into something else with your time and your energy. That was Matt in California. He's the guy that was talking about that. Matt in California, yeah, and so I mean, it's an amazing thought, and like APOC was saying, we're capable of incredible things, but what is that skill set? What does that look like? I don't think, maybe the ancients knew a little better, maybe they didn't, but what's up? There's Zai in the chat. What's up? See, I told you I was talking about you. Thanks for dropping those Troubled Minds fairy dust out there. It is a good thing. It helps us a lot. The show's growing hugely, bigly. And again, it's by no accident. It's by a lot of hard work. So thank you for that. But yeah. So sorry to interrupt you. She just popped in the chat. I wanted to.
No, it's all good. It's all good. Bro.
Yeah. Okay. So then, what do you think though? So you have seen. So what about when people says you look like that person? Do you like me? They're like Johnny Knoxville. I look at Johnny Knoxville. I'm like, what the fuck? Like I don't look anything like that dude. But okay, fine. Like if you maybe there's a parallel.
I'll see that. But
maybe it's my movements, or maybe it's the way I speak. I don't fucking know. But like I've heard it more than once in my life, and I'm just like, if you just want to call me a jackass, call me a jackass. You know what I mean? It's fine.
Right.
It's
just get to the point, brother.
Yeah, exactly. Like, cut to the chase. If you want to punch me, just fucking punch me. Like, you know what I mean? The next step happens and we fight, and that's just the way it is, right? Like, you don't got to start with like saying, yeah, I look like the guy from Jackass. Fuck's sakes. Anyway, I'm joking, but I'm also kind of not. It's like I don't think I look like the dude. Well, we need a poll. Put the poll up. Do I look like Johnny Knoxville? Yes or no in the chat. Do I look like Johnny Knoxville? Anyway, it's a sore subject of mine, because I look at the dude and I'm just like, fucking no. Was that?
Sorry, brother. My kiddo, I guess, got hurt, so he's trying to come cry to me. I told him to go see his mom real quick.
No, you're good. You're good. If you got to handle it, go handle it. You okay?
No, he's good. No, yeah, it's all good. It's after dinner. Everybody's ready. Let's get in that hour,
Okay. Rub some dirt on it. Go get him.
Right. That's what I tried to tell him. I said, man, you didn't fall that far.
Yeah. Exactly. Rub some dirt on it. Go get him. Right on. So what are your thoughts here? Yeah, no sweat. Yeah, glad he's okay. So what's the next bit regarding? What else do you have regarding the doppelgangers? Do you think it is a coincidence? Is it part of that human pareidolia? Us being, let's say, not tuned into exacts. Interestingly, like Robert said over on Rockfin, like digital exacts, like facial recognition and things like this. Right? Would for instance your doppelganger actually look the same through facial recognition software? That's a good way to actually look at this, huh?
Well, yeah, imagine, I think of a doppelganger. I'm kind of a nerd, so I think of Naruto too, and like doppelganger jutsu, and how that was just making complete hundreds of exact copies of himself. And like a ninja power, if you will, for those who aren't in Nerdland. But yeah, it's so I think of almost an exact copy, or like Supernatural when they had what do they call them? They didn't call them skinwalkers, but the shapeshifters, and how they tear their skin off, and they can be like the last person they saw. So I definitely think I take, when I think of doppelgangers or copies, I definitely think more demonic, which obviously people have said AI could be that next thing we have to worry about in that category. But I think more malevolent, and more on the darker side of vibration, trying to fool you for some reason. And hell, who knows, it could be like some type of time glitch. But if that's the case too, you better look out, because that paradox, you may be dead in a split second. So I just think it definitely is more of a negative omen, seeing yourself or as that much of a replica. And if we start showing that these archetypes are exact replicas of one another, like through facial recognition, that would be kind of even more proof that the Matrix can only do so much.
And here we are. Also back a ways to talking about doppelgangers. Algorithm in the chat said maybe all this stuff's just a glitch in the Matrix. Maybe a glitch in the simulation.
The algo says a lot of things that I'm keen to be on the same mind with.
Yeah, smart dude for sure.
Yeah,
I don't know. There's a lot of ways to look at this, and I think that's the interesting part. Is it doesn't just become some character from folklore or mythology that a shapeshifter turns into you to see you 3 times and you're dead, sort of thing, right? There's a lot more to this, because again, right, like from 500 years ago, they didn't know what the internet was. We do,
right?
And we're smart enough to be wary of it, right? So, yeah,
exactly,
pretty wild.
My granddad used to tell me, only believe, don't believe anything you hear and only half of what you see. So
that's also Edgar Allan Poe, by the way.
Is it interesting?
Yes.
Damn. See, I'm learning my granddad was a little bit more educated than I thought he was.
I'm pretty sure that's the guy that said it. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I think it was Edgar Allan Poe that said that. But yeah,
that's very cool.
That's amazing. That's amazing. My grandfather told me. He said, "We'll take you out in the giggle weeds and kick the ever-loving shit out of you." So shut your mouth. That's what my grandfather told me.
I definitely had my moments of hearing, "No, go get a Switch." That's for sure. It's funny because I was only born in the '80s, but at the same time, my grandparents raised me, so they're pretty old school.
Yeah, old school. He, to be perfectly honest, he never kicked the shit out of me, not one single time. But you knew when he gave you that look to not cross the line, because he might.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Right. When he gives you that look, gives you that look, and he tilts his head down, his glasses kind of slide just slightly, and you're like, oh yeah, all right, and then I'll stop.
Shut up, Mike. Shut up. It's time for you to shut up and be a grandson and put your hands in your pockets and not touch anything and not say a damn word.
Right. It's funny. Right, exactly. I got a quick funny story about my granddad before I get off here. Sure. My granddad used to say, when they were around their parents, when a lot of times at dinner, it was, hey, we don't talk unless you're talked to, but they could get away with talking in Pig Latin to each other around the dinner table. So every time they were around their parents, they would always just talk in Pig Latin, I guess he used to say. So the parents would never know what they were talking about. So that's the type of old school my granddad was, I guess. He used to always try to say.
Nice. I love it. Hey man, there's so, again, right? Like we live in a world where they want to cancel that old culture, but there's a lot there that, you could say there's a lot of ugliness, but there's also like a lot of beauty, and we can't just throw the baby out with the bathwater. I love my grandparents very, very much, and they taught me a ton. And I'd be 100% lying if I said I wasn't the person I am without all of them. So there you go.
I think there's a level of appreciation they were willing and ready and able to achieve that a lot of my age people and a lot of people younger than me aren't willing to achieve, because they're so ready to get stuff instantaneously that the whole idea of manifestation doesn't come full circle like it should. And I think the older generations understood it a lot better than we did. When we think we're learning everything that they already knew,
Yeah, well, we just Google everything and learn
right.
life lessons in some a sterilized digital backdrop, and it's not. It's and you see what we get. I mean, you reap what you sow, and here we are.
Right, exactly.
It's
exactly.
It's unfortunate. You're the best, brother. You're the best.
Hey, I appreciate you taking my call, man. I appreciate you.
Anytime. You're welcome. Anytime. We appreciate you as well. Thank you so much. Big Y in Hawaii. Big Kahuna. Surfs up. Go get it, brother.
Hell yeah. Shoots, guys. Good night.
Have a great one. All right. Take on that, James. Well, we got you on. Well, we're doing this. We're keep on trucking. It is Friday night Troubled Minds, because we don't do a show on Friday except for the news show, which is at approximately 3 p.m. Pacific time on Twitch. But yeah, so there's no Troubled Minds tomorrow night. But James, take on that. We'll go to APOC and what's up? We're still taking your calls, by the way. 702-957-1037. I'm not scared. Even haters will take your phone calls, and I'll even give you a minute a little bit of rope to hang yourself. Go right ahead. What's up, James? Not you.
No, I figured that much. I almost wanted to joke earlier, though, when you said just go ahead and call you a jackass. I almost jumped in a couple of times there. just because.
Hey, man.
Just because.
This is what I'm saying, though. Just cut to the chase and just call me a jackass. It's cool. It's fine.
It was hard. It was so close. I had to say.
I have been called way, way, way worse than that. You think? It's the subtle thing where you're like, so what are you trying to say, right? What are you trying to say? just fucking spit it out, right? Just spit it out. Yeah, I know. We're all friends here. It's all good. What's up? We got a Rivers sighting in the chat. There's a Rivers. What's up, Rivers? Shout out, thanking us for all the kind words and appreciation. So thanks for all the great ideas and sending them our way. By the way, also, if you any of you out there have ideas for shows, send them over at troublemindsradio@gmail. You can reach me there. Join the Discord, troubleminds.org. You can leave me a voicemail, by the way. Matter of fact, we got a fantastic voicemail. I need to play this. I'm going to do this. So I'm going to play this in a sec, and so we can hear the difference we're making in people's lives. And I think this is an important thing. Just so you guys know that this is not just I don't know whatever you want to call what the derogatory haters might call this. And we don't get a lot. There are a few, but I'm going to play this voicemail in a little bit. So remind me before we get out of here. I'll play this. But go ahead, James. Your thoughts other than calling me a jackass, dick. Dick.
No, but great call from Big Y. I do agree. There's so much that we think we know, and there's so much that we could learn from people that have been here longer than us. I definitely agree with that. And then I do agree, there's, again, it's getting back to that idea of just our perceptions are all different and not perfect. So I think there is definitely that pareidolia part of it does play into all this as well. So, but that's, other than that, I think that's basically it from that.
That's that? All right. That's fine.
I think so.
All right. You sure?
I can only think of so much at a time.
Twist your arm, James. Damn it, James. Get good, noob. Words are hard. By the way, to Rohan, every time James is on the show, and Rohan gives me a message the next day. I'm telling on Rohan a little bit. He's like, "Damn, James is so pro now. He's so polished these days. What's going on with James?" And I concur. James is amazing. I appreciate your input. Thanks for hanging out and being part of this. I appreciate it, bro. APOC, what's your take? What's going on? If you're still there. If you're not, that's okay. I forgive you.
I'm here. So I'm a little confused because I missed some of what he said, but he was talking about the Matrix, that the duplicates being sort of part of the Matrix, that they've lost, that they only have a certain amount of patterns or something. Is that what he was meaning?
I think it was kind of like a duo, like yes, that, but also kind of what we've been talking about all night is how. So I interjected that Matrix part to him. So he was talking about how it was a. It could be a lot of things. It could be the genetics. It could be the. Just basically in line with what we're saying tonight. And he had some, most importantly, I think, had some great stories about his grandparents.
Yeah, I like that a lot. See, right. I miss my great aunt and my grandmother and my other great aunt. They were three sisters, and I call them the great sisters because they were just amazing in that era. Is just lost. We have this magic in that era of, those people were going to do what they were going to do. It was like, that's all there was to it. They were determined, and they didn't really see a limit. They built their own homes. They, had barn raising. Their neighbors supported them. They supported their neighbors. It was so different than now. And I think the community and the feeling of just independence of that era is starting to be forgotten. And I was mostly raised by my grandmother as well. So it's, it's really, I hope we can get some of that back. Because it's literally magic.
It is. And I think what I was saying there is to concur with you is that we're sort of sanitizing a lot of that. A lot of the, like the human interaction from generation to generation, like learning something from your elders is magic. I think it is magic. Like in terms of, like we talk about, Michael Strange doesn't believe in magic, and that Rohan's like, what are you talking about? You do magic every night. And he doesn't mean like an amazing, Mickey Mouse and the wands and blowing up the world. He says it with words. He's like, words are spells, and you're doing it every night. And I'm like, I get that, but I don't see it that way. But then, right, it's open. I'm open for debate on that. But magic is real. Magic is for sure real. But I think it is in that human connection. I think it's in the human touch. It's in all those things that we've actually cast aside these days. And that's why, again, I love technology, but I also hate it because it's making us lazy. It's making us not want to think. It's making us, instead of ask Grandpa, we ask Google. You know what I mean? And there's such a dichotomy of the two things there that's not okay. It's not okay. It's like, so we just, once you're 12 years old and learn how to use Google and have your own device, it means you don't need the rest of the world, right? I mean, think about how disgusting that notion is, because of course we know how not just Google but all the rest of the technocracy has really been just bending thought, and like trying to trim out a lot of the concepts we talk about a lot. So and again, and like I said, me, maybe juice and all the rest of that, I don't even know if it's real. But I don't think it has to be real to have a discussion about it. And that's the important part here, right? It's like, hey, look, we still have the right to be wrong. We still have the right to guess and speculate and put our minds together and have human contact. And it seems like, right, the censorship bit is like, if you're not part of the party, lefty, righty, and all the rest of the trash they tell you have to believe, which is all trash, by the way. Like all the political talking points, by the way, you guys, all of it is trash, in my opinion. 100% of it, left, right, and in between, is trash because they frame it politically. And framing it politically means you're not framing it in a human term. And what we're doing here, in my opinion, is talking about things in human terms. And it's different. It makes things different. And you feel it. You do feel it. This is a different environment, is it not?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I mean, if you think about our educational system and training button pushers and Pavlov's dogging everybody, getting them to think what they think, and it's all black and white and left and right, and you got to pick a side, and if you don't, you got to fight. You got to be in the middle of a fight, right? But it's like I go back and I'm looking for stuff that I found that was amazing in 2011 and 12, and it's gone. It is gone, and it's like, how is this stuff being wiped? It's just there's such a sanitization going on right now, and I'm so glad that what is it? Is collecting all that stuff, that he's finding, and saving a literal archive of this stuff that is now disappearing. And so if you think about it, why would we be discouraged to think out of the box? Why would we be discouraged to think for ourselves? I think it's the same reason that they train people in the way that they do in our educational system. I'm sorry, got to step out for a sec though.
Get it. Go get those dogs. Quick shout out to Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, Scooby Snack, Space Trucking. This is fantastic. I see it in the chat. Sorry I didn't say hi earlier. A squirrel, rabbit, and robin were standing side by side. The end. There you go. There you go. You don't need all the rest of that bullshit. That's just the way the world works. Fantastic. What's up? I'm gonna just call you Cuckoo from now on. So a great name on YouTube. Robert over on Rockfin says, and says this, spot on APOC. Sometimes in an otherwise abrupt but fatal accident, going back to what her first call there, instead of being pulled to the land of the dead, you were spun into a parallel earth and into the body of your parallel self, where your soul has simultaneously been embedded along with the body lost to further use. And the transferred soul continues to the life not finished, but having to adjust to the slight difference in the parallel world, the true source of the Mandela effect. And there you go. Right there it is. That hot stuff as usual. The Robert bringing the fire per usual. Yeah, all good. I don't know if you're still there. APOC, if you got to wrangle dogs, wrangling dogs is the way it goes. They're the bosses anyway. We're just we live in their world, so I understand.
Exactly.
I understand. Yeah, I don't know. I got this thing to play real quick too. Again, we got time for you. It's Friday night for Troubled Minds. If you guys have thoughts here, 702-957-1037. Nobody tells us when to stop. Nobody tells us. Well, we're told when to start because we have a radio schedule. But beyond that, nobody tells us what to talk about. Nobody tells us when to stop, and we can say whatever the fuck we want whenever we want it. And the only reason I'll stop you is just so you don't ban the YouTube channel. That's all. I'm like, wait. That's the only reason, right? Like, I want to hear what you have to say, but right, when I do that, that's why. I just don't want to get the YouTube channel banned. That's all. All right, it's Troubled Minds Friday. Yeah, fucking right. Troubled Minds Friday. All right, so APOC got the dogs wrangled. Back to James. We'll play the clip and then let's get the hell out of here. I think, unless we got more calls, more ideas. James.
Yeah, I do. Just all great calls tonight, great chat from all the places. I do just wonder though, in some cases with the doppelgangers, because this is another thing that I've wondered before and I've heard of, and it's kind of it can go different ways depending on how you want to think about it, but there could be energy forms of some kind, whether it's spirits or other dimensional beings, but this idea that I've heard before, and I kind of like it in a way, but it's basically a question: how do we know that everyone that we pass or that we walk around or that we see walking around is a regular person? How do we know they're not a ghost or some kind of doppelganger or some kind of alien or whatever? We don't know them all, but we see them all around us.
Or an android, or a replicant. Yeah,
what if we see them and they walk around the corner and we have to walk around that same corner and then they're just gone? What is that? What does that leave?
It leaves me needing to use the men's room, so I'm going to do that. And APOC, if you're there, you there?
I'm here.
Okay, can you two take it away for just a second? I'll be right back. Smurfer Girl demands 4 more hours, so I'll only consider it. Only consider it if Danny jumps in here and calls. Then I'll consider it, but otherwise, well, we're about to end this bitch. So I'm going to step away and go to the restroom, and I'll be right back. So can you guys take it over for just a minute? I'll return in just a moment.
Sure thing.
Thank you.
Yep.
I want to address the multiple worlds thing. Was it Robert that brought that up?
I think so. Basically, I think it's been brought up by a couple people tonight. But yeah, Robert definitely in the chat there.
Yeah, I can't multitask tonight because I had a headache going on, and I kind of went away, and I don't want to put my eyes on chat to sort of strain.
I hear you.
Yeah, I know. But yeah, that could definitely be a possibility. I think that, again, where I lean is that there are like frequencies of reality, frequencies of how time works, and that we have many, many layers of different frequencies that are related to us, to existence in general, before you get to the singularity. And I think those gradients can be exceptionally varying. They can be different. And I see it as kind of more or less dense physical, more or less dense reflections of physicality. So if you change the vibration, you change your density. And so if you were to pass on, your density would be less, and you would then sort of shift into a different frequency. And if you're in a different frequency, that could be something like a dream or a shared dream in the expansive sense, and instead of the internal sense and the external sense. And it could be that there are shades of potential Earths in there that sort of act as a minor conduit. So I could kind of see that as a multiple worlds thing, but it would, to me, again, be different, because physics would be different if the frequency were different. So it wouldn't exactly, for me, be the same. And I would definitely say that it would not necessarily look like our own unless it was, well, I'm not even going to say that. I've played with these ideas a lot. So all of them are interesting. And what's really amazing is that we don't know. It's like we really don't know, and it's cool, because eventually, maybe when we die, maybe not, we'll find out some of this stuff. But what do you think, James?
Well, and that makes you wonder about people who see other people do things that seem to defy physics. Well, if they're not in that same, as you call it, that same density, then they're not defying physics in the same way that the others would think they are.
Interesting.
So maybe when people see other people either flying or floating or passing through objects or walls or doors, I used to always hear that was just what they call a residual haunting, where there used to be a door there, or when people would only see apparitions that basically had no feet, it would be because the level, the floor level or ground level, was at a different height. And so the apparition is complete, you just can't see it because the feet are beneath the current floor level. But maybe it's not even that. Maybe it's just, maybe not in that particular instance, but in some cases, maybe there are people, and especially if once they become more aware of what they can do and start experimenting, that would look odd to other people that are around.
For sure. Yeah.
So that's a very.
I'm here just listening. You guys are doing great. I'm shut my mouth.
No, I'm just considering sometimes when people report seeing these, other people do things that don't make sense at all. Maybe that's what it is.
Yeah, it could be, because frequency, vibration. If you shift the vibration, if you shift the frequency of physicality, it changes. There's no question that we all vibrate and have a frequency that is in sympathetic resonance with this reality right here. And so if we shift that, not only could it take us to different timelines, like we were talking about before with the pocket portals and stuff like that, and gravity and electromagnetism working in a different way, which is basically time working in a different way in different pockets of the planet or different pockets of the world. And then David Anderson suggesting that, yes, we as humans, he believes we can shift that and be able to time travel, quote unquote. So I don't think it's just a matter of shifting into different realities, but we can shift into different times, into different spaces, right? So if we're astral projecting, you're almost dividing into a place where your essence is resonating at a different frequency, and therefore different physics exists within that space. So you, out of body, can do things that you can't do within your body. And my dad used to do that. He used to be able to go out of body, and he proved it to my mom back when there weren't cell phones, and being able to tell her what she was doing while he was on the phone, which was, of course, a landline. Tell her what she was doing in her house and where her mother was and all this other stuff in real time, right? So yeah. But how did he get there? He got there immediately. He got there by just having a thought, and he was there. And he was interacting with his body at the same time. So, again, we can do amazing things, but it is, I think, about frequency, about this, this, the way energy is organized is via frequency and waves, and so I see somebody popped in. She wants a 4-hour show. Michael.
Okay, well, just before we do that, let me play this clip before I forget. What's up, Danny? We'll get to you in just a sec. Please be patient with us. I'm gonna play this, and this is what I'm saying. I played this the other night, and I was like, yeah, this is what I'm talking about. This is why we do this show. This is literally why. And you get, like I said, I say this a lot in terms of the audience of this show. The live show is super energetic, and you guys are super interactive, and all the amazing phone calls and great thoughts in the chat and all this stuff, right? But the audience of this show, live, is about 1/10 or even a little bit less of what the full audience is on the podcast feed. And here's a quick clip from an individual that called just a couple days ago. Listen to this, and this is this is what's going on out there in the zeitgeist regarding troubled minds. Me, you, and again, all of us together. Listen to this.
Hey, man, I just started listening to your station. I want to tell you, you are fucking amazing. You're hitting on so many key notes. It's ridiculous. I recently, in a nutshell, had a near-death experience, and things are so crazy now. But it's cool that you're hitting on that, man. It's a lot more people need to follow by your example. And I just wanted to leave a quick message saying thank you so much. I get to Twitter now, and like I said, my name is Patrick. I've got a crazy story. One of these days, maybe I might tell you, but all I can say is thank you. There's so many of us that appreciate what you're doing. And thank you. You have a good one, bro.
There you go. So just so you know, if you leave me a actual voicemail, I'll hear you. The number is persistent, 702-957-1037. I played that. He gave his real name, but he didn't leave his phone number, so you don't know where he's from or any of the rest of that. So there you go. There you go. I mean, you hear stuff like that, it tickles my heart because this is about more than just people. And as important as people are, they're the most important thing. But there's a sort of a higher level of, I don't know, like people alone are people, but then people together can become magic. Yeah. So just saying, there you go. So I appreciate that phone call, my friend. Thank you again. Like I said, get voicemails all the time from folks. If you want to leave me a voicemail and be aware I might play it on the show. I got some flat earth stuff that I'm not going to play because I'm being preached to flat earth style on the voicemails. I think we hit a flat earth network or something because they're leaving me voicemails and trying to tell me to do this or do that. And my view of the cosmology is wrong and all this. And that's okay because, and I'm not making fun of that. I'm just saying that it's interesting that like suddenly I got a slew of calls and like one, I don't know where it came from. It's fine. It is interesting. Cough. All right, let's go to Danny in Kentucky. Welcome to Troubled Minds. You're on with Mike and APOC and James, and eavesdropping is Daryl, but her Discord's kind of broke. But what's up? What's up, Danny? Welcome to Troubled Minds.
Yeah, cough.
It's fine. Was that you? Did you put me into the Flat Earth Network to call me and leave voicemails? Okay, all right. Then
no,
you're fine.
That was not me.
Okay, and you're fine. I got 3 in the same day. That never happens. I get like maybe let's say 5 or 6 messages a week, right? So not one a day, but in the same day.
Well, I will have you know, I am not
Earths.
the only flat earther in your
Okay.
chat.
All right. That's fine. That's fine. I didn't accuse you. You said cough, and I thought
Cough because I may be among that mentality.
Okay, that's fine. You're allowed. I'm not even going to get mad. I'm not even mad.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, of course. Why get mad about
so
stuff
gracious.
like that? Yeah, why get mad? It's so yeah, there you go, right? Algo, who is this crazy caller? So we're not on Flat Earth tonight because it's too late in the night for that. I'm gonna dodge that one forever. The doppelganger. What are your thoughts on this? What's going on?
My thoughts are I was listening to it was APOC, right, with the cop.
Yes,
I had pretty much almost the same sort of situation when I was 18, a very long time ago. And I was walking down the street on the sidewalk, minding my own business, right? And a police officer slows his car down and starts yelling at me out the window. And I didn't know he was yelling at me because he's yelling someone else's name. And so I'm like, he keeps yelling. So I'm turning my head like, what? So he's looking at me. I realize he's looking at me, but that's not me. The name he's yelling. The name was Nicole. I'm not Nicole, man. Sorry. And he did not believe me. He would not believe me. And apparently there was a teenage girl that had run away, and I was 18 at the time. So, I mean, it didn't matter what I said to him. He did not believe I was not her. He thought I was lying. Like I didn't want to be sent home or something.
That's super weird. So did he try and like this is where this gets super fucking weird. Did he try and abduct you to take you back home?
Well, fortunately,
that's what it would have been, right?
he may have to air quote take me back home.
Right.
Have me over for dinner.
Right, exactly. You see what I'm getting with this?
Yeah, I picked up what you were laying down there. Yeah, no, I was on my way home from work and I had my ID in my pocket. So I'm like, dude, come on. He's like, whoa. Okay, you weren't lying.
So you clearly you look like this chick, right? What's up?
Apparently.
Whoa. So your doppelganger was in the same town for a minute?
Yeah.
That's
in
wild.
The craziest town too. Like there's the craziest energy there. It's like a total like full on Freemason town. It's Holland, Michigan. I mean, talk about propaganda. And so everything there's like crazy, wacky energy anyway. Yeah.
Yeah.
That happened.
Well, that's okay. So did you ever come face to face with your doppelganger? Did you ever like follow up and try and find out if they found this girl or?
No, I was like, the goth kid, and I just wanted to not have that happen again.
Yeah. Buzz off, bro. Yeah. Yeah, I feel you. Yeah. There's the same in the chat. That's don't tase me, bro. That's how you get tased.
Don't tase me, bro.
Don't tase me, bro.
That's terrible.
Well, I mean, I recommend you carry a taser at least.
Oh, I'm packing, but it's not a taser.
Everybody, because you never know, right? Like you never know. Hey, if you weigh 90 pounds. You kind of don't stand a chance, you just don't. And I'm not like making accusations about anybody like the size, height, or and the rest. I'm saying like if you're small and somebody else is big, you are a target. So why not carry a taser that'll knock down a cow and you're good to go. You're good to go.
Some bear mace.
Yeah, something exactly. Yeah, it's something. Yeah. I don't know. Okay, so then the doppelganger, you never fall again. If I was 18, by the way, I wouldn't have either. I'd been like, "Fuck you, bro. Get out of here. Don't leave me alone." And I might today because I'm old and I'm like, get off my lawn. So I may actually be like, the individual was missing. Let's take a look, see if they found this person. Right? What happened with this? But
I did have a friend in high school named Amy, and people thought I was her all the time. And we've even talked about it recently, and they thought I was her. Like people would call me Amy constantly. I swear to God, I do not look like this chick. It's like you and Johnny Knoxville, not even a little bit.
Right? Thank you.
Not a chance.
Fuck. I look at that guy and I'm like, wow,
what?
I'm uglier than I thought. Holy shit. What just happened? How did this happen? How did we get here? Oh, well.
He has this like etched with frustration sort of look on his face, and you have like a baby face thing almost going on. There's no comparison. It's not. There's nothing. Whatever. I don't know.
Thank you. I agree. I like if there was something, I'd be like, yeah, you're right, maybe, but I don't know. Like even
like literally every feature is opposite.
Exactly. I don't know about opposite. We are like skinny white guys or whatever, but like other than that, like it's.
Well, like Zoe said in the chat earlier, you get like 2 eyes and a nose and a mouth hole.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, yeah. That's how I feel about it. It's like, we are human-ish together, I guess. Super
and
weird.
Men,
Yeah, but I mean, I don't think I've ever, like me personally, I've never met like an actual doppelganger of myself. I've never like looked into somebody's eyes and was like, oh fuck. Like I've never done that. What about you? Have you?
I think I kind of do have one though.
Sure. Go ahead.
Meg White Stripes.
Oh yeah. Okay. You are the goth girl then.
I mean, do I not look like her?
I don't know.
Like back then though, not now.
I don't know. You guys send pictures. I don't know, and I'm not
she
being.
She kind of let herself go.
I'm not being weird. I'm not like that. Picture didn't happen. I'm not being like that. Don't send me those kind of pics, please. I'm just saying, like, I don't know. Maybe. Like I say. Oh, I have seen you on camera, so I don't know what the white stripes chick looks like. To be perfectly honest, I don't know.
I'm getting it.
All right. I'm going to find out. I don't even... What's her name? I'd have to type white stripes chick.
Meg White.
Is it Meg White? All right.
All right. I put a pic in the show chat.
All right. There we go. All right. So you do have a celebrity doppelganger even. All right.
Personally, I think I look more like the Donnas, the singer of the Donnas. But...
The Donnas.
Who knows who the Donnas are? Like Bubblegum...
I know the band,
Pop,
but I don't know what the people look like. It's funny, right? Like when you get like the Foo Fighters, and then you get like like Radiohead, and you get like like you go rock bands, and you go all the way down, and like you get like 22 levels deep, and you're like, they kind of all look the same. Like,
yeah,
you're like more important is what they sound like. What do they sound like? Let's hear those seventh inversions. Let's hear that stuff.
Right.
If you ain't doing that, I'm not sure I'm interested. But yeah, I don't know. I don't see the thing. I don't see it. Oh, there you go. No, that's Lily.
Did it not post? Maybe the file thing was too big or something.
I don't think it posted, yeah.
Okay. Your files are too powerful.
Oh, too powerful. There you go. This is your fault. This is all your fault, Danny.
It is my fault.
It is your fault completely. Okay, so aside from that, I'll give you Meg White. Did you say her? What was her name? The White Stripes. Well, I'll give you that. What about doppelgangers on another level? What do you think? Again, it's like Algo had hinted. Is it a glitch in the Matrix? We talked about a little bit, maybe dream states, and that call by what was her name? Fuck. Oh God. My names are my worst. You heard the call. So what
I've
about,
not. Well, I did. I was in and out a couple times. I've not seen that though, so I don't know.
Seen which what? Seen what?
Oh, do you mean in literal dreams? I thought you meant like a movie named Dream States.
No. So Sandra, there it is. Sandra called in earlier and was talking about how the doppelganger wasn't really them staring at themselves; it was them staring at each other in their dream states. That's what I'm saying, right? So it was sort of like a great way to kind of take this doppelganger thing and turn it on its head and sideways a little bit, which is perfect. That's why we're here. But what are your thoughts on all the rest of it? You think it is just pareidolia and some human bullshit where we can't differentiate between people because of our biases and because of our humanity and the rest of that? Or do you think there is something? Do you think there is somebody out there that looks exactly like you?
I think there's lots of people out there that look exactly like me, and pareidolia is a thing, but not. I think that's also used to explain things away, to hush the, people that are falling off their rockers, so to say. But I don't know. Think the universe of infinite possibilities and scenarios and planets, and if there's such a thing, because I'm a flat earther, then maybe there's lots of Mars chicks and Venus chicks, and
I'm so into that.
and some of them might. I can definitely feel my inner Marvin the Martian sometimes. Yeah,
okay.
I can channel that. So,
all right,
maybe it's all true.
Which part? Which part of all true? All of the things. All
of it. All the things.
All of it. Hey, I saw
because infinite possibilities, right?
I saw Neverending Story once. Even that's true.
Oh, damn. That's like, I can't say that's true because that might make Algo's head get a little bigger on his, simulation theory thing that I utterly disagree with, even if I might not disagree sometimes, but, not going to acknowledge that.
My for the record, I said this way back too, my ego doesn't like it either.
It feels like it has to be a trick. Like if that's really what my existence is defined by, then it's not just a simulation. It's a dirty trick.
It's a dirty trick. I agree. It's the old.
That's just wrongness.
It's just wrong. Yeah. But again, it's interesting. Like if you think about simulation theory, and we're talking about doppelgangers tonight. What about that base reality? So is the base reality you? And then if it is, well, what would doppelgangers be in a simulation, right? I mean,
vampires.
Yeah, or spirits,
NPCs,
or shape changers, or skinwalkers, or shit.
Or internal fears.
Yes, that we manifest the tulpas, like James was saying, like we manifested ourselves somehow.
Yeah. I mean, what do you think the whole meta thing is about? They want to make you live in your VR goggles with, your Microsoft ads and stuff. And meta, by the way, means dead. Just saying.
Yeah. They beat me to that by 2 days. Those dirty bastards. Those dirty radio bastards. But I beat them to the punch on the meta. They beat me to the punch on the meta means dead. But well, what can you do? You can't be first and best all the time. So my ego doesn't like it either.
Well, it wasn't on your radar. They want you to know because that's their whole rules that they follow. They have to tell you, blah blah. But that's for us. That's the good thing because they think they have to tell us things. So we're like, you just told me. Come on.
I've been told. You've been told too.
Yes, we've all been told.
Now you've been told. All right. So doppelgangers, real or fake, or somewhere in between?
I mean, if shapeshifters are a thing, then absolutely, 100%. What are those things called that get in your bed and inseminate you?
Incubus.
The incubus, yes. But, an incubus and a succubus is still, they're both female. They can shift. They're actually both female. I'll have you know.
Okay, all right.
I don't know why I know that.
I've been told, because apparently you had some time with some incubus, and that's okay with
If only.
If only. Only Tuesdays and Fridays, incubus nights. What's up? We got Danny here. If Danny's got some time, you guys got anything for Danny? So the thing is, right, when you guys call in, I talk a lot, but we got APOC here, we got James here. You guys got anything for her? You got Danny, you got anything for them? You guys don't get to speak a lot to each other directly, so any of that?
I just thought it was great. APOC's story was like so close to mine. And then she said something else right after that I forget now.
Go ahead, APOC.
The story on the that's really interesting that you had sort of a similar experience. And the cop actually, he looked amazed that I was not her.
Yes.
He actually
like the look of shock on his face. It's like, wait, you're not lying.
Yeah, exactly. That was his same face. So when you said that, it was like, yeah, that's so weird.
Like he had to go home and think about that for a few days. Right. Come to terms with it.
Exactly. That's funny.
Yeah.
I did want to mention something about the oh no, I lost it. Nope, I lost it. Anyway.
Yeah, I lost the other thing too.
Words are hard.
Yeah.
Words are hard. Yeah.
It was something related to what you said about controlling mechanisms. Anyway, James, what does James think about all this?
I really anytime I hear about cops or first responders and that have weird experiences like that, or stranger ones even, it just makes me want to look into that more. Because if you listen to enough podcasts about all the paranormal, everything else, they have some stories, but they're never able to share their they can't share their name or who they are or where they're from because of the stigma, and because they'll get fired, or in some cases they've already been fired. There's one I heard because of the events that they had happened. So that's. Yeah, I don't envy them for what the jobs that they have, even just in terms of regular events. But then they actually have to respond to weird things, and I would not want to have to deal with that.
Yeah, I think, well, obviously that's shown to us in TV shows. Oh, I think I smell something's on fire in there. Let's, we have to knock the door down to make sure they're safe, kind of thing. And
right.
It goes, back to like the child trafficking company called CPS. They're not protecting, clearly, obviously, but they will tell you that they have to address every call, and people find them to be this big authority, and it's terroristic threatening, really. If you think about it, it actually really is. And I've had them called on me by someone who happened to be utterly psycho and, vindictive kind of thing. And I didn't realize how strong my personal rights were. And at the time, I did not realize that they are a for-profit private corporation. It's not a government agency at all. And no, it's not. It might be like, I don't know. I think they were tied into something within the last few years that gave them something that made them look a little more legitimate in some way. But anyway, they will. People don't realize that it's bull honky, and you don't have to follow. You don't have to listen to them. You don't have to let them in your house. You don't have to show them anything. And for the love of Saint Peter, do not let them talk to your children alone in a room, because they're going to lead them, just like a police officer pulling you over. Do you know how fast you were driving? Or do you know why I'm pulling you over? Like, come on.
Yes, sir. I was going the speed limit, and I'm confused as to why you're pulling me over.
I just, am I free to go?
If I'm free to go, there you go. That's actually where that conversation leads. You just cut to the chase. Hey, am I being detained? Or can I just fuck off? Because fuck you, I got better things to do.
Right.
Do you know what time it is? I'm late to work. Fuck you, bro. Yeah. And that's the thing, right? And I think exactly to that point. Interestingly, as all of these things we talk about, it comes down to the basic fundamental human rights that we don't even realize we still have, because of course they're fungible depending on who you ask. If you understand them and demand them, you get a semblance of them. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. But if you don't and you're ignorant, then you're like, no, we'll see what happened was, and the whole time they're taking notes, right? Like, just shut your fucking mouth. Am I being detained or am I not? And if you are, shut your fucking mouth. That's it. It's literally it's an easy formula. You don't have to tell them a damn thing. And even if they like take you and whatever else, you start taking mental notes about this time. This is what happened. I didn't say anything. They detained me. Then they arrested me. You start taking the mental notes. The second you can, write all that shit down. And I'm telling you, right? It sticks. It flies.
Well, they won't even detain you if you demand that their supervisor comes to the scene. Because if you say, am I free to go? They, if they're newer, if they're just, most of them are so brainwashed. They believe what they're pushing. They don't realize that they're in this scheme to get, funding off of tickets and prison sentences and stuff like, the free labor kind of system. And some of them clearly do, and it's a power trip and they love it. But and they want the, I don't know if it's like some sort of like notoriety thing they're going to feel like they're going to get. I don't know. But they don't know what they're doing. And so when they ask you these questions and you say, am I free to go? And they start to get all like chest puffed kind of thing. You say, I need to speak to your supervisor. There's nothing they can do. They cannot do anything else. They have to walk away and get their supervisor. And the supervisor knows you know what you're talking about. And that's where the stuff ends properly. Yep.
Bottom line, the question you asked is, I saw that. Thank you. I'm going to go to him in just a sec. Thank you. No, thank you. Because a lot of times I miss people. The bottom line is, when you're dealing with officials, are you being detained is the most pertinent question. If the answer is no, shut up and walk away. Drive away. It's simple. It's literally as simple as that. And if they say yes, you are, then you shut your fucking mouth. It's literally like a simple flow chart. And if it escalates, don't fight. Right? You're gonna get
if they say yes, you are. Say on what suspicion?
Of course, and then take the mental note, approximately what time that happened, exactly who said it, what they said, and then just shut your mouth and don't fight back. Even if they take you to jail, right? You're gonna win because you didn't tell them, they didn't give you a reason, all the rest of the shit. When it goes down, you may even be able to sue them and get some money. I'm just saying, don't fight cops, people. Don't fight.
No, don't get an attitude problem. No, it's not gonna work.
No.
And if you end up in jail, like they're gonna give you a piece of paper that says, "Do you understand?" Hell no.
No.
No, I don't.
No. Double plus no. Is there a double plus no box on here? Because I want to.
That is a contract you are signing with them.
Check the double
of acknowledgement.
No. Yeah.
They can't keep you more than a couple days if you don't sign that paper.
There you go. I don't even know how we got here, but flowchart.
I don't either.
Am I being detained? Yes. Shut the fuck up. Mental notes. No. Leave. And also shut the fuck up.
Don't forget the supervisor.
At the supervisor part. Important stuff. It's literally important stuff. And don't fight the cops. They're going to beat your ass up to and including death.
No, because
we see it all day.
They're probably doppelgangers.
They're probably doppelgangers. There's the full circle. There you go. Danny says the cops are doppelgangers, maybe in some alternate universe. You see how I maybe
AKA vampires.
I
no
maybe
reflection.
Juiced you. You just got maybe juiced. You know when you when baseball, when they win the game and they dunk the water on them, you just got maybe juiced. You just got maybe juiced. All right. Well, let's go. Let's go to. What's up, Danny? You're welcome to stay. All you guys are welcome to stay. It's Trouble Lines Friday night. We're way over time, but I don't give a fuck. Let's go to Rob, I don't know where you're from. You're on Troubled Minds. Moon Monk, Leapuck, Danny, James, Daryl's here, eavesdropping. And what's up, Moon Monk? Are you there? Rob, test 1 2 1 2 1 2. He was quiet the other night, saying he had to be quiet, so he may think he's in like a after show chat, but it's not. You're on the show. If you want to be on the show, just unmute yourself and get back in here. Moon Monk, you're being detained. The charges jumping into the live show chat and not speaking. You're being detained. No? What's up, Rob? All right, everybody. Test 1 2. You're unmuted. Step 1. Step 1's a good step.
Does he know why you pulled him over?
I don't think he knows why I pulled him over. Rob, you're being pulled over because you jumped into the caller queue.
Check. Mic check 1 2.
You're hear you loud and clear. Go right ahead. What's up, Rob? you're
nothing too much, man. Nothing too much. I'm just eavesdropping.
All right, you're in no legal danger, at least in this moment. Go right ahead. What are your thoughts on?
I don't know how y'all wound up here, but it's interesting. I'm at work right now.
Right on. Well, let's get it back to doppelgangers. Man. What's your thought on doppelgangers, man?
Man, I had a thought earlier, and it was like there were so many thoughts going back and forth between y'all. I was just like, damn, man, this is a lot of shit to take in. And I had one, and it was like so from a different angle, and I lost it. And I've been trying this whole time to like figure out who said something to spark it, but I fucking lost it, man. But it was good too. Like, man, I'm gonna try to remember though.
That's okay. We do a good thing now and then on Troubled Minds together. we do a good. Once in a while, something good comes out of this. That's for sure.
Yeah, somebody started off like 20 things in a row. I was like, holy shit, man.
and then you're like, okay, I got some ideas. And then the next person came off and rattled off 20 more things in a row. And you're like, fuck, now I'm buried. Yeah. What do I do now?
It was like a vortex, man. It was crazy. I was like, damn, man. Fuck. Dude, like, I got to write this shit down, man. I'm glad you're recording this.
Yeah, exactly, right? So real quick then, what do you believe about doppelgangers? The idea that you have a double out there somewhere. Do you think it is just pareidolia, weird genetic fluke, or do you think there's something more to that? That's the conversation.
No, I think it's a whole like mesh of that, man. I think there's, of course, clones. They got that like on tap. The holographic people, like the Tupac thing you were talking about. And I think that was it actually. You know how they have those holograms of like Tupac and different artists? Like, did they just quit doing that? Like, I heard about it when the Tupac thing happened, and then like they never talked about it again, or I didn't keep up with it. Do y'all hear about that anymore?
No, for a while, you're right. It was a thing. I wonder if it was like poor ticket sales or something. So like the Tupac, like, basically they play like a track and have a hologram, right? So is that would you count that as a live show? Would you be like, yeah, Tupac, woo? You know what I mean? It's completely different, isn't it?
Yeah, true. But at the same time, in the back of my mind, I was like, oh shit, is this like technology they don't really want us to like be getting into right now? And they were like, hey, you know what, fucking let's hold this back for a while or some shit, because we got to do other like weird shit with it, and we don't want them putting 2 and 2 together or something. I don't know, man.
That's why we talk about this stuff together, because I don't know. And by the way, I'm willing to be backed off the maybe juice cliff, so I'm just waiting. Just waiting for the moment when somebody says, Mike, get it together.
No, but I do believe it's a combination, man. Like, it's a combination of like clones and like, genetics and like flukes and shit, but also like, like the robots, man. Like, maybe there's like robotic versions of people, and the whole there's clone like android doubles of people and shit. I don't know, man. Reptilians and all that. It's like the rabbit hole goes so deep with that. I just don't there's no like, it's not so cut and dry, man. It's just crazy. So I don't know. I'm just. Did y'all see Us, the movie Us by Jordan Peele?
Yeah, exactly. I'm glad you brought that up. That was part of the conversation tonight. I never got to, but yeah, go ahead. That's exactly about a doppelganger of an entire family. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. So that's well, I don't want to like spoil it or anything, but he took a different take on it with like this. Yeah, I don't want to say anything. Does anybody care? Like, oh shit, people are listening.
Wait, no, people are listening. So just give a spoiler alert. Spoiler alert coming up. We'll give it like
spoiler alert. Like this is about to be spoiler alert.
I'm gonna count to five. I'm gonna count to 5, and then you can give the spoiler, all right? So everybody can pause and go, "Oh God, I got it, skipping it! Go jump off a burning cliff or whatever." 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Spoilers. Go right ahead.
Yeah, I was listening earlier, and somebody started talking about like the new Moon Knight episode, and I had to take my headphones off. I was like, "Oh fuck!" But yeah, man. So in Us, it's like this family, like these doppelgangers show up and shit, man, and it's like this whole like civilization of doppelgangers live underground, and they're like, man, it's kind of hard to explain, but they're like man, like outcasts, and they like replace us, like kind of like the changeling thing. Man, I can't do it justice, man. I'm just gonna stop right here because I can't really remember exactly what happens. But like the little girl gets changed. Like she's at a carnival and she's very young, and she gets swapped out. Like she sees her doppelganger like at the carnival, and you think like the whole movie, like it's the regular girl and shit, and she had that traumatic experience, but the doppelganger came from underground and made the swap, and so she's been underground with all them this whole time, and it's just like she tried to replace her and shit, and yeah, it's crazy as fuck, man, because there's a movie called like The Changeling too, where like this baby swapped out, and I don't know, that whole like that premise and the idea is like really scary because that shit could really happen.
Yeah, for real. Hey, you were on the Discord a couple nights ago, and you were talking about how Michael Strange had brass balls. You want to make that public?
Michael Strange balls are like brass, and they'll knock you out if you run into them.
Rob here was on the Discord a couple nights ago, and he was just gushing poetic about how great I was and how great the show was, and I appreciate that a lot. And I had to defer a lot of it because it's one of those things where you're like, you get a lot of people saying nice things about you, your ego starts to inflate. And I was like, I'll take, of all those nice things you said, I'll take the one thing. I'll take the brass balls, and I'll put that in my back pocket. So I got brass balls in the front and brass balls in the back. And your point was, Rob, and the reason I'm saying this is because that we end up in this situation where people are afraid to speak. People are afraid to talk. People are afraid to communicate information between each other, because if you slip up, you're the devil, you're a demon, you're the worst, you're canceled, you're this, you're that, right? And so that's the thing, and that's what he was kind of saying back then. A couple days back, he was like, like, it's not scripted. You just go, right? You talk, and you talk to people, and when you talk to people, things aren't always exactly perfectly PC, and as a result of that, right, you're putting yourself out there, and it's true. I've had nightmares, to be perfectly honest, about haters on this show, right? I'm not going to tell you who they are because, well, they'll be emboldened and come back, and I'll have to ban them again. But there's people that are just like, you don't get it. Like you're the devil, and all these terrible things they say, and you're like, look, if you heard me for 10 minutes and clip me out of context, I could see how you could ever say that. But if you listen to me for like 6 months, no, bro, no, not at all, not at all. Listen, I know 6 months is a long commitment, but fuck's sakes, how long have you been listening to CNN or Fox News? Fuck those guys. Don't stop listening to that shit. And if you don't like me, that's fine. You don't like the message here, the conversations here, fine, that's fine. But God, there's 10 billion things on the internet. Why are you going to spend your time hating here when you could go find your people in your echo chamber? This isn't.
Don't feed the monkeys too much, though.
Don't feed the monkeys.
Don't feed the monkeys.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Yeah, and the thing is with that too, man. Like, if you just run across this oasis that I call it, but this place that you've made, and you're just like a random, you're gonna get haters because I talk about this shit to like coworkers and people I know and friends, and they'll just, cock their head at me and be like, "What the fuck planet are you from?" You know what I'm saying? So it's like these people just feed off of that negativity, and they're like, "Oh my god, these people are batshit crazy. I'm just gonna hate on it just to hate on it, just because they don't understand it and they don't look at the bigger picture, man. Because everybody is like, with their heads in the ground. A lot of people, not everybody, but yeah, man. All I can say is like that voicemail of that guy earlier really brings it into focus, because what he was saying is like, yeah, this is a good place, and it's just a good place to help people. Like, it helps because fucking like your normies, man, they're just they don't get it, man.
That's all good. It's all good. Like I said, I wasn't trying to like turn this into a Michael Strange Gudge Fest. I just want to say, like you said that a couple nights ago, I think it's important to point out that like there's a human element, right? And I am human, and like if you show up and you just shit on everything I do and you try and be contrarian and all the rest of that, like, call me. I don't hide, and I'm not going to hide from you. I won't. I don't give a fuck if you're like the Satan himself. You call me. But if you're going to lie to me and you're going to misrepresent things, I'm going to call you out on it, and I'm going to hang up, and we're going to move on, right? Like, if you literally have legitimate concerns, I'm here. I don't hide. I'm not going to hide. I will never hide. And it may get so big at some point, right, because you're doing things right enough that you have to start trimming out haters. And that's the way it goes, right? Like that's the way it is. That's just the way it is, right? Like, you get a trusted circle and you go. And look, I mean, you've been listening for a little bit now, and like, listen to the amazing people that call into this show. I don't have to tell you their names. You know who they are. You know who they are. I'm telling you. It's all good. All right. So I don't know. Let's get the fuck out of here. You're the best, bro.
Take a deep breath.
Take it. I'm happy. I'm not even worried about it. Really. I'm like, hey, let's do this. Like again, right? Brass balls in my back pocket.
I want to hear you square off with somebody. Come on, haters.
I've done it. It's back there in the
Come at me, bro.
I've fucking done it. and only
Yeah, he's done it.
There's people taking notes out there too. They're I got haters that are taking notes, but trying to like clip 10 things out of context over 6 months and say, look at all these fucking things he believes. It's coming.
Wait, are your haters recording everything you say at all times?
I don't think quite yet. I don't think we're quite that.
Not yet. Oh, wait till you get to that.
Yeah, it's coming. It's coming.
It's
coming. It's coming.
That's something when that happens.
It's something. So, but it's okay.
I don't even have my old channel because of that.
They came at you?
They still do, but
they still do. What'd you say? What'd you do? I'm not gonna. Never mind. Don't say it,
man. I'm gonna continue to eavesdrop. Are y'all gonna stay on here?
Yeah. You're welcome to stay right there. You're good. Get back to work.
Cool, man.
You're bringing down the company. What the fuck's wrong with you? Get back to work, Rob.
Yeah, I'm just. All right, y'all. Thank y'all.
Pleasure, bro. Thanks for calling. Thanks for being part of this. All right, let's get the fuck out of here. What are your guys' thoughts? Let's go back to James, APOC. We'll go to Danny, and let's dip. Let's have a great Friday night. Remember, Friday's the same as Monday. Your job is the one that sucks. Thanks for pointing that out, Big Y. But let's go. James, is it James?
Yeah, I'm here. Just to let you know, there is. I see another J in this room here.
Holy shit! We got a J-tro. We got a J-tro coming up. All right, go ahead, James. You're fine. You're fine.
No problem.
Thank you.
But
thank you. Eyes in the back of my head. See, so when you got a team, everything is cool when you're part of a team. There you go.
No, this has been so many different takes. I knew there would be because I had thought of some of these things. Obviously, I hadn't thought of all these possibilities. So I was really glad when I heard this was happening tonight, and really glad to be part of it. And I think that's all I have to say about that.
James in the brevity. He's mastered the brevity. I need to master the brevity. Let's go to APOC, and then we'll go to Danny, and then we'll go to Jay. APOC.
Yeah, so what about the Pod People movie? The where the aliens invaded and excuse me, the pod people took over. They made clones of everyone, and the people sort of infused into the pods, and so that's what something Rob said reminded me of in that movie. You know, what if it's the aliens, right? And it's the pod people trying to take over.
The pod was that the body snatchers? Yeah.
Yeah, Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
Yeah. All right. Now, don't forget War of the Worlds, the cylinders that came from Mars, and the aliens came and started, like, just incinerating everything around them, including people. Yeah, that's hot. I'm into that. I'm super into that.
Don't forget Killer Clowns from Outer Space.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously. I mean, obviously.
Hell got taken out by a simple virus.
Exactly. I got brass balls in my back pocket. In the other pocket, I've got Killer Clowns from Outer Space.
My mom actually calls us the pod people. She's like, "How are your pod people doing today?" So
that's super funny.
Thought I'd bring that up.
Can I say APOC's mom, and is she listening? Can I tell her? Can I tell her something?
Yeah, I'll make her listen later.
Okay. All right. Well, the pod people, APOC's mom, we're a certain group of individuals that just sort of want to see the world in a different way. And it's not illegal, and at least it's still not illegal, but it is interesting. And interesting is certainly what makes the spice of life. And so there you go. Thank you for listening. Thanks for supporting your daughter. Thanks for being human, because we need more humanity in this world, and that's what this is all about. There you go. I'm gonna try and be brief like James. All right, go ahead, APOC. Sorry.
I just said amen.
Amen.
I agree.
Amen. All right. What else you got? And then we'll go to Danny.
I'm good. I think this was a fun show. It was great listening to all the stories and all the ideas. The maybe juice was definitely flowing, and mine was coffee tonight. So
nice. Love it. Some nights mine is coffee also. And I'm a little more stern on those nights. All right, let's go to Danny.
Wow, how do you follow that? The pod people. Well, I have not seen that movie, but it's bringing so many things to mind other than Killer Clowns from Outer Space. That's more of like not a chrysalis, but like a spider wrapping its meal, you know. But Zoe read my mind like two peas in a pod. Like, you're not going to say that without thinking about it in a different way, right? But look at the Matrix. Aren't they kind of in a pod before they follow the White Rabbit? Really?
That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. Yes, indeed.
Yeah. Except they're covered in Jell-O, like in Poltergeist.
it's a Jell-O pod. That's
cushy.
I'm sorry.
No, cushy and warm, and that's it.
I was just going to say something about the Chinese are actually developing external wombs. Did you guys read about that?
Oh my God, no.
Yes, they're developing external wombs for underdeveloped fetuses. They say it's for underdeveloped fetuses, but they're developing external wombs where they're going to have the babies develop in an external pod. And there you go, more pod people.
The pod people just keep coming. You can't fight off the pod people the best you do until Google buys up the podcast situation. Then we have a different story, don't we? A different story.
What was that movie in the 80s with the dude that was was growing the fetus in a jar, and it was his wife he lost, I think. And then there was this really hot blonde chick on the beach that was, I don't know, a student or something. He was a professor. I know the damn movie, but I don't remember the name of it.
You had me really hot.
Somebody knows. the hot
we
blonde
need to
chick on the
We
beach.
need to find out what this movie is now because you had me at the hot blonde
like
chick.
tall blonde hair,
flowing hair in the wind. All right.
hot for teacher.
All right, fine.
Yeah, I rode my bicycle to the shopping mall to see that movie back in the 80s. They were all hot blonde chicks.
It's funny.
Me and all my buddies, we like pooled our money together. We got enough money for popcorn and 2 sodas. And
Just to see the hot blonde chicks, right, Jay?
I tell you what, it was few and far between back then, and I don't mean hot. There were hot women everywhere, but please don't take me wrong. But like now you just fire up whatever you want to fire up, and you get whatever you want, right? So, point being, back in the 80s, you had to like, I don't know. I've got like these memories of like 5th grade of like these guys pulling these porno mags out of like a dumpster or I'm just like, there you go.
Wow.
There's the way the world used to be, and everybody's like,
sticky dumpster.
and bringing them to school, exactly. And they're like, why did you get those? They're like, I found them in the dumpster. It was like, we didn't know any better. We didn't know any better.
Old man so-and-so paid us a lot of money to clean out his garage.
Exactly.
Throw all that crap in the dumpster. Look what we found.
I'm just saying. There's a different time.
We were
30
such
years ago.
garbage pickers. We were so much garbage pickers back then.
I'm just telling you. The world has changed quite a lot in the last 30 years. That's for fucking sure.
Wait, but aren't we still?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. In the next 30 years, it's going to be even more terrifying. More terrifying. Yeah. That's why we're talking about it. Look, if we're not talking about it, who's talking about it? That's algorithms talking about it, right?
It's totally cool.
No, it's.
Could you imagine if your great grandfather was born today with the knowings that he had when he was born, and had to deal with that kind of cars and jobs and computers and all that stuff? I mean, just imagine in a single generation if you started over.
Reminds me of some time traveled stories, Jay.
Yeah, you'd be off the board. It'd be like, holy crap, what happened?
Their brains.
I still have a great grandfather.
Their brains would be different. Yeah, exactly. What's up, Sandra? Thanks for hanging out with us. Thanks for the phone call tonight. Sleep well. Also, algorithms. Sleep well. You guys are the best. Thanks for hanging out with us. Thanks for the phone call tonight. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's the thing, right? It's imagine rewinding. That's a whole thought exercise there that kind of fits into nearly everything we talk about. Rewind the world 100 years and give 1920 the internet, right? You think we're even in the same place now? we're probably we're probably in the Matrix pods right now. Is where we're at right now.
I could swear you just said flat Earth exercise.
But
we were probably in it. We were probably in the pod back then.
Ooh, now see, now we just went Inception levels deep. Yeah, all right. We're gonna get to.
Sorry.
You're good. Let's get to Jay in a sec. Danny, anything else? And we'll get to Jay, and let's wrap this MFR up.
Wherever you go, there you are.
Wherever you go, there you are. I'm me, you're you. Together we're us. Jay in New York. Go right ahead. What's up, man? How are you? How you been?
I'm fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Life is good. It's always good. Right side of the daisies, as one might say.
That's fine.
Just
I'll take that.
I just one of the reasons I was having streaming issues, so I jumped into the caller queue so I could hear what was going on. Apocalypse is probably the one with quote today, because she wrote something yesterday that was absolutely beautiful. I hope I'm not putting her on the spot.
Nah, I don't have it though, Jay. You'll have to do it.
The whole point that I wanted to hear you do it. I did say that.
Oh, I missed that. Dang it. I'll see if I can find it before we go
I can
out.
send it to you in a message really quick.
Okay, do that. Do that.
Probably.
All right. So I either got
all the cool kids join the Discord.
I either got to end this instantly. You guys gotta give me 10 minutes or more. I got to go put.
Oh no, I'll talk.
No. Go ahead. You do. I'm right here. I'm listening. I have to put on somebody's radio show. Go right ahead. Be right back.
I was looking at the whole conversation tonight, and then what Apocalypse wrote the other day was absolutely beautiful.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, and just if I'm talking to you, and the quote that I'm stealing from the person who gave it is one of the people that I'm talking to, you should read it, right?
I will do it if you got it sent to me. I'll do it.
I'm working on it.
James, do you want to say something for a minute? I have to mute for a second.
Oh yeah, just I really I like these discussions of all these possibilities. Like I said, the biggest thing to me, and it's kind of something I already thought of before, but not in relation to this, was the idea of how do we know what all the people are that we see walking around us all the time? How do we know what they all are? Could there be doppelgangers of other people in those crowds? Could our own be there if they can somehow have some ability in their thoughts to change how others can view them? Then they could be there, and we might not even know, especially if they can change from one appearance to another
Right. It's very interesting thought.
Yeah, if they go, again, like I said, if they go behind a wall, then they could, when they go back out in front again, they could change appearance in that brief second if there's no one else right there, and then looks like someone completely different.
The vampire philosophy of all of it. The seductive, bringing that in.
It's just, yeah. Like I said, it started with what I used to always hear was, how do we know that the people around us aren't spirits? But then if you go, just start from there, how do we know what they are? Just like you could expand that to so many things, which I think is interesting more than anything else.
Definitely. I mean, who's to say, and some people believe that there are a lot of aliens walking around, for instance, but what if it's also reincarnations of ourselves? And what if it's also projections of people who can, do an out-of-body thing? What if it's and what if it's all of the above? It's pretty interesting that we seem to want to lock in things, just one idea, to all of these possibilities and say I'm right and you're wrong, when you could both be right. And that's one thing I really enjoy about this show, Michael, is that it inspires people to realize that maybe there are other possibilities, and maybe, who knows, maybe everyone is right on one level. And that's kind of how I move through life. I expect that there is truth in all things, even if it's a personal perspective and that's what they need for themselves to believe, then it's their truth, and it's their truth for now, for however long they need it. But it could possibly be part of the whole truth as well. And life is so diverse, and we are little babies. We are such little microscopic pieces of reality while in this form. And we think we know so much, and it's like, it's really interesting to me. It's like, let's not lock things in for a while. Let's just play with these ideas and see where it goes, and see where we can, see if we can feel a little bit different. See if we can start, allowing other possibilities into our lives. And I think just that movement, that motion, that ability can bring people into every single day seeing so many more possibilities in their lives, and being able to create more, or see more, or experience more, and have a very full and rich life. You know, that's part of a passion of mine is expressing that possibility that everybody has to experience much more than they currently do, if they should so choose, right?
Mo better butter.
Yeah.
I'm back. Crisis averted. Thank you, folks, for. But go ahead, continue. Carry on, James.
Oh, yeah. I was just gonna say I like that. I think, you know, because so often you get that question, what do you think ghosts are or aliens are or any of these topics, and people think, or in some cases expect you're going to have one answer, and I don't have one answer for any of this. And some people don't like that, and I'm sorry, but for me, I think it's all possible.
Yeah, well, is life as simple as one answer? I mean, if you ask anybody, like, if you ask 1,000 people the same question, how many types of answers do you think you're going to get, you know? We have this weird notion as people that answers are simple, and I just don't think they are. I think that's the whole point of conversations and, like, understanding consciousness of another human, right? It's like, you can kind of be like I always say, you're not the movie star of this world. I'm sorry. Like it may feel like it. You're not. So the conversation is between here and there. So why aren't you? Right? I feel like we're living in Elon Musk's world, if that's the truth. If that's the truth. It's his world. We're just NPCs in that world, right? But I don't fucking know. What do I know?
It's starting to look like it.
It's starting to look like it for sure. Yeah. Go ahead, Jay. I don't know where you left off. Who got time? Who didn't? Usually, I do my best trying to not just put on a good show and include everybody, but I took a few minutes off and everything's fine. So I don't know who talked and who didn't. So sorry about that. Go right ahead, guys. Who's next? Where were we at?
I think Jay was looking for a quote for APOC. I think was where we were at.
Well, no, I did. I found it. Did you find it?
Yeah, I found it.
Yeah. APOC said something last night in the Discord before I started talking to Lily, and it was just absolutely beautiful. And just
okay. So
that's kind of hope. And when I started saying things to you at the end of the night, Micah, you know, people have their arguments and everything else like that. I just don't want to leave everybody on a really positive note. And then I've noticed when I go back and listen to the feeds, it's like, I kind of picked up a little. And it's just what APOC said last night in the Discord, in her little poem that she wrote, was just absolutely beautiful. And I asked her if I could steal it, but she's here, so why don't we just let her... I'm sorry.
That's fantastic. So why don't you give us your thought on the doppelgangers real quick, because you've been scrambling to find a Jatro. Give us your thought real quick, and then we'll finish this up. What do you say?
My thought on the doppelgangers is that I've been in a lot of situations before. I mean, I've traveled around a lot, and, you know, I've had guys, hey, Mike, how you doing? And I'm like, I'm not Mike. You know, maybe you look like somebody, maybe whatever, you know, wear the same kind of clothes, carry yourself the same way, whatever. That happens. And, you know, and then you look back and you see the ones throughout history where, hey, that guy from like 1929 looks an awful lot like Johnny Depp. Is Johnny Depp just really that old? Or is there some guy like Johnny Depp living in that thing? And then I can't remember who, like the cloning thing. I think it might have been Jennifer that was saying that, you know, when we die, that you just bounce over. You're not done here yet. You might have killed your body, but you're just going off into your doppelganger. The same way with everything that we always talk about, Mike. I can't discount it. I can't put it out of my mind that it's not right, because there's the possibility that it's there. You know, I've definitely had people in my life, you know, tending bar and stuff like that, and like, wow, you look exactly like that guy in Scranton.
That dude on Jackass.
Well, Where's this guy in Scranton? We actually took a trip to Scranton to go to the bar, and guess what? The day we went there was his day off.
So he may have seen you. I think that happens too. Like I say, I think that's Daryl. Can you please mute?
Sorry, I just wanted to.
You're coming back through again. It's like this weird feedback loop.
Okay.
I'm really sorry about that. We got to fix that. Do you have us on speakers? That would do it. If it was like playing on speakers, it sounds like it's coming back almost immediately. So if you have us on speakers, turn it off the speakers and then listen either with a headphone or like a telephone. Just to let you know, like it's untenable hearing you talk and then me talk and yeah. And anyway, all right. So sorry about that, Daryl. Like I said, we'll get that fixed. We'll get that worked out. Please, I gave you information last night. Please, I don't know what your audio setup's like, so I can't. I am an audio wizard, by the way, but I can't know exactly what you're rolling with unless you help me help you, right? So anyway, there you go. All right, so go ahead, Jay. Sorry.
No, that's all. I mean, I don't want to keep you long, Mike. I mean, that's all. You're heading to way past your fifth hour.
Is it fifth hour? It's a fifth hour now. It's all fine.
I think it's fourth and a half.
Yeah, fourth and a half. There you go. Who's counting?
Yeah.
But I mean, really, I mean, the only reason why I jumped in there is there's some technical issues, and using my privileges to listen. But I really think that all of these things are a possibility. I mean, I know you, and I do that to other people too. I go up and I see them and I know them. I don't know why I know them. I've seen them before. And then, no, that's not the person that you know. Somebody looks, the memory of it. It's like, how much of that is rattling on the brain and gets misconstrued, thrown into the deep logs of memory that aren't really recessed. That's one of the things that I think about that happens with doppelgangers a lot, is that you're looking at people as the people that they are. That person reminds you of someone, and they may look similar. Why anybody would ever fancy you, the jackass guy, I don't know. I've seen bits and pieces of that on YouTube and stuff like that, and I was like, I don't see anything about Mike that even closely resembles the jackass guy.
I think it's interesting
because you have a different.
It comes back to human perception a little bit, and I think the people that tell me that don't have a high opinion of me, right? Because I'm not like like normal people. I'm not normal, right? I'm not normal. So, you know what I mean? So, I don't know. Like I said, it's okay. That's fine. But it's like, you have your own biases, and as always, you want to make sure that you try and kind of check those things as much as possible to not, hey, if you don't like me, that's okay, or or if you don't like you or whoever else, that's okay. But think about internally why you don't like those people, why you don't like that person, you know what I mean? Like, if you don't think about it and it's just sort of like a guttural reaction to just you seeing them or being around them, right? Or them talking about ideas you don't like, right? Think about it. It's an important thing with people. It's like, so what? Okay, so why don't you like that? And if it's it's just not my taste or whatever, and I'm never gonna, fine. You don't have to like everything, but think about why you get sort of that knee jerk, guttural, I don't like this person reaction, and a lot of reasons we talk about trusting your intuition, and a lot of times that's correct, but also a lot of times it's not correct. It's like, this guy's always talking about the moon and Mars and the fucking universe, and I want to talk about what the latest movie is, you know what I mean? You see, and it doesn't mean those two people are incompatible. It just means that, right, you're kind of not on the same wavelength, at the particular time, because again, time and rivers, right? Yeah, the same person never goes in the same river twice. Time's always flowing. People are always changing. Anyway, blah blah. I talk way too fucking much.
No, you don't. No, you brought it right back.
I talk way too fucking much. Go ahead, Jay. So you're gonna do Apoc's thing, or your final thought? Let's go to Apoc's thing. Whether you're gonna read it, she's gonna read it. I can't thank you guys enough. Special thanks to James Rivers, Night Stalker, for setting this up and being here, Johnny on the spots, and appreciating what we're doing. The next step. Thank you so much to every single one of you that listened to this. In the chat, all the rest of this stuff, like I can say thank you, kiss babies like I'm running for office. I'm not, but I do appreciate you. I see you out there. I'm reading the chat. Slicky Sticky, I see you there. Slick Sticky. I don't know. That's a tongue twister. You say that the wrong way, and you got another set of brass balls in your other back pocket. But anyway,
the size of dump trucks, by the way,
dump trucks. Hey, look. Why do we got to be afraid? Why do we got to be afraid? Just stop being afraid. Just stop. If you don't listen to anything I ever say, listen to this. Just stop being afraid. Just stop. That's where they want you. That's where they've got you. Don't. Like, it's okay to be wrong, and it's okay to change your mind. It's all legitimate. Go ahead, Jay. Sorry, I'm talking way too fucking much.
No, that's okay, Mike. Really. I mean, because that's the point of all of it, is that we're just having a conversation. You know? The metaverse, the whatever. It's just a crazy conversation. People that want to talk about something and focus on it for a little bit, do the bit of minimal yoga and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's all good.
And relax. A little bit, you know, a baseball game.
Yeah.
Mike, you created a baseball game. And instead of worried about the hit, you're worried about the good comment that somebody makes that makes it go on to the next stage and thought process on it. It's beautiful. It's so much fun to do that. I learned how to weld today, on a side note.
All right.
While I was listening to you guys, I had the headphones in, and I'm working on the weld because I know this guy who wants a Hanjin container house. So I figure I better learn how to weld.
Nice.
I'm not going to be able to tell somebody, the pay scale for what they want and what I want are way off the board.
Get it.
Might as well learn how to do it myself.
Get it. I got a question. How come we got 24 people currently watching on YouTube and there's only 20 thumbs ups? I got a question about that. How come we have like 50 or 55 concurrent people and there's only like 20 or 25 thumbs up? Seriously? Check it out. I'm gonna start rooting you guys out, the ones that show up for 3 or 4 fucking hours and listen to all this and don't like take a tenth of a second to leave a thumbs up, and I'm gonna ban every fucking one of you people. You understand what I'm saying? No, I'm just kidding.
He's not gonna do it.
I'm just kidding. But I'm irritated that I spend 8 or 9 or 10 hours a day fucking doing this, and you guys can't spend a tenth of a second to fucking leave a thumbs up. I got to tell you, if that's not irritating, I don't know what the fuck is. I got to tell you.
It's so easy. Before you hit the live chat button, just hit the thumbs up and then hit the live chat button.
I'm just saying.
Just do it right when you sign in.
I'm just saying.
So
I said that and somebody dipped. Somebody took off. They're like, fuck this guy. I'm not.
Thumbs up. I thumbs up every time.
It's okay.
Yeah, one of them is me because I'm not in YouTube.
God damn it, James. This is James's fault. This is all James. I knew this was all James's fault. I knew it to begin with. All right, let's get the fuck out of here, guys. So here's the deal, right? We usually do this after the fact, too. So after we finish, this conversation goes on. This is what I'm calling the great conversation. It's not just us. It's among other people, other places. It's considering what it means to be human. It's considering forgiving yourself. It's considering forgiving other people. It's considering putting our consciousness together in some way that, well, is a positive thing instead of a negative thing. That's all it's about. It's simple. It's such a simple concept, but also it's a very complex concept because you have to spend time doing it. You have to spend time just doing it. And here we are doing it, like I said. And I'm not crying. I'm not saying like, oh, look at all this time I put in and you can't. I am, but I'm also not. Because guess what? If I got 0 thumbs up, I would do it anyway. I don't care, right? I don't fucking care. So point is, I appreciate you appreciating me, but also leave the fucking thumbs up. Let's go, Jay. Let's go, Jay. Let's get the hell out of here.
Oh, no, we gotta go to Apocalypse. She's gonna read it.
Okay, all right. Let's play the music. Again, a special thanks to James. Special thanks to Danny. Special thanks to here we go. Rob, Daryl, James, Jay, New York, APOC, Danny, who was here for a minute with us. Appreciate that very much. Thanks for hanging out with us. We're going to play this music, and we're going to go to APOC. We're going to read this thing, and we're going to wait for the bass to drop. And thanks for hanging out, guys. Thanks for being part of this. Thanks for chilling, and thanks for understanding that it's the world isn't always about you. And here we go. Ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, aliens, cryptids, reptilians, and replicants, I introduce APOD.
Love, if true, is unconditional, and if true, means that you will value all paths if you agree with them or not, because true love, unconditional love, and freedom cannot be separated.
Boom. And you wrote that?
Yes.
Very nice. Thank you. More pertinent than ever, because creativity is what makes the world go around. It's what people understand their souls and their hearts and their consciousness, and that you are not the Tom Cruise of this world. It's Elon Musk's world, in my opinion. We're living in his world. We're just replicants. We're just NPCs. We're just knuckleheads on the internet with a microphone, and I'm okay with that, because guess what? We're doing a lot more than the people with the big money interests. There we go. Everybody else, we got about a minute and a half. Anything else to say?
Oh my goodness, time to say.
You guys know me.
God love you.
Thank you. That's very nice. You too as well, sir.
Enjoy your brass balls, Mike.
Thank you. I got 2 pair now, apparently. Thank you.
I'll tell you, the dad hat is really good for welding. It keeps the sparks out of your hair, just in case anyone's looking for a nice purchase.
Nice purchase. There you go. Troubled Minds Shop. Troubledfans.com. There you go. Hats. Jay's talking about the dad hat down there on the right side. He's wearing that right now. If you want one, it's there. All right, let's get the fuck out of here. The thing is, well, the bad news is we're done. This one's for Jay. The good news is, God willing, we've got tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll be back at 3 p.m. Pacific to do the news show, which is just an hour long, but it's Happy Friday. And, well, God willing, we've got tomorrow and the next day and the next day. Don't forget, tomorrow's not guaranteed. It's not. Stop living like it is. It's not. All right? It's an important concept. So let's get the fuck out. Special thanks again, Rivers, Night Stalker, James, for making this show happen, for bringing the concepts and the ideas. If you have ideas about a future show, troubledmindsradio@gmail.com. Send them to me. Join the Discord, troubledminds.org. Click the Discord link. Let's get the fuck out. It goes like this. If you want to help the show, Rockfin, Patreon, Twitch, you can sub up. Purchase something at troubledfans.com, or, well, just spread the word. Listen to the podcast feed on Spotify, iTunes, whatever else. And as it ends, as we finish, it goes exactly like this. James?
Be sure, be strong, be true.
APOC?
Ow!
Thank you for listening. From our troubled minds to yours. Have a great night. And of course, Hal.
Wet chihuahuas unite.
Of course, Hal. All right, guys, you're the best. We'll be on the Discord probably if you want to catch us there. If not tonight, some other night. Come hang out and find and meet these amazing people. They're more amazing than they seem on the air. Troubledminds.org. Click the Discord link. We're out.